Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? Let me get some things set up here. There we go. Howdy, Burlio. I'm a little late today because I was trying to finish some things up. We still don't have an air conditioning, by the way. Still don't have the AC. But we talked to the actual repair person, the person actually going to do the repair yesterday. So they're supposed to be here at noon. Time to call. We've already called multiple times, multiple people. That's the problem, is there's really nobody to talk to. It's a big problem, but the actual repair person is supposed to be here noon today. Congressperson? Yeah, I know, right? Like, I mean, we need to talk to somebody, but it's a whole thing. Hopefully we get it done today. Hopefully. Man, Taser was wasn't he lower level than us yesterday? No, he's about the same level as us yesterday. I guess he must play more in the evenings than he does in the afternoons and mornings. Where should you go? I don't know. I want to figure out where to go. I want to say the rats. We might be able to do those. I just don't remember what level they are. I want to say they're like 36. So they might be a couple levels too high. We could try to go back to grain cellar. Company is having a grill cookout. Asphalt outside my office today at 11:30, and it's supposed to be a heat index of 108. Extreme heat warning is in effect. Yeah, I don't understand why companies do that. That's going to be awful unless they have like shaded areas like that. I used to do that with companies that I used to work for. We would always try to do them though, like in the spring or fall when it felt a little bit better outside. I remember I used to work in a warehouse back in the early 2000s, and man, it got so hot. We'd open up like the bay doors and just like have these fans just sitting in there just blowing in air, trying to circulate it. It's awful. All that lightning up there. Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening. Galileo, 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 Figaro. Look at that. That looks pretty cool. Oh, there's a rat. Oh, look at that. I want to try to get a lightning bolt screenshot. Let's see if we can get it. That looks really cool, though. I don't hear the rain. Does anybody actually hear the rain? I guess I hear it a little bit. Come on, lightning bolt. Blame it on the rain. Whoa, whoa. Hey, what's up, Seminole? Come on, lightning bolt. Do the thing again. We've had a couple of good lightning strikes over Night Harbor. But it looks like we got one, but it was not where we want it to be. I want it to be more centered. Oh, that one's okay. I want one to be like centered right on. That would be awesome. Whoa. Spider. Oh, okay, that one's okay. We're gonna have a bunch to choose from here. Daytime's coming though. It's not gonna be nearly as cool with the daytime coming. Although the sun should rise in the east, right behind the city. Here it comes. Here comes the sun. Bum ba bum ba. Well, I mean, I'm already streaming it, so I've already got a video of it. That looks really cool, though, with the sun coming up behind it. Looks awesome. Oh, and then it ruined it. With the transition to day. Oh, look at those lightning strikes. Transition to day kind of ruined it. Here comes the sun. Da, 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 da. We're not really centered. We need to be like... We need to be like over here. To really be centered. Actually, more over here. Like right there. To be centered with the sun coming up. Right over. It's hard to get centered here because of the dunes. Can't get a really good angle on it. feel like the sun comes up in like a weird way. Like you would think. I don't know. Anyway. That was fun to mess with for a minute. I'm done. I'm moving on. Moving on up. Do 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 do. All right. What are we going to do today, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all... Oh, we got deflection now. I forgot we had deflection. Deflection? And we got infuse /4, so we can put this in here. And deflection. Take a defensive stance, increasing your parry by 50% 15 seconds. While deflection is active, each parried attack will activate your current infusion effect. I want to see this on fighters. I don't really use impulsion at all, so we're going to put that there. Let's go buy my spells. Buy the old spells. I mean, we have like a whole group here, don't we? We got a rogue, a wizard, a fighter, a me, an archer. Oh, I don't know what happened to that druid. There was a druid. There were be a druid. A druid. Stall for rent, stall for rent. These would be pretty good stalls, I feel like. People can swing by on their way somewhere. Somewhere over. I just realized I can go through this. Can you do that when you're not shrunk? You can't. That is funny. Let's see. If I shrink myself once, can I go through it? Yep. You can shrink and just go right through the fence there. Yow. Cotton, cotton, cotton. Wool. Rawhide, hide. Corrupted leather. I don't even know if I need the corrupted leather. We got leather scraps. Leather scraps. Oh, I need to buy whatever this is. Wood. Stacks of wood. Wait a minute. Can I not jump over this with my... Okay, so when you're shrunk, you actually don't jump very high. I literally can't jump over that when I'm shrunk. But I can go through the fence. And then if I was big size, I can jump over it. Huh. So being shrinky-dinked has its limitations. Hmm. Let's go down here. Infuse slash, we did that. We didn't get exceptional spell shield, but I already have that in my thing here. Discharge 3 I have in there. Bend gravity is already in my book. Arcane, this one is not, so let's buy this one. We'll buy static field too, even though we don't need it. We'll buy arc spell shield, so we'll buy those up to level 40. That'll give us 8 levels worth of stuff. Eight levels. Spell shield, static field, arcane spear. Not able to buy all your 36 spells? Well, get money, dude. Why are you broke, man? Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum, bum. I need some wood. Bum, ba, bum, bum. His spells cost more than 1 copper. That's not an excuse. Make more money. It's the boomer way. Come on. Just walk into the store, give your resume, firm handshake, and you got the job. Exactly. I don't see what the problem is. I've never had an issue getting money. You can do it too. This guy still has his lumberjack axe out. How am I supposed to carry 8 stacks of wood when I'm this tiny? I'm a teeny weeny. It's an itty bitty teeny weeny yellow polka dot bikini. Arcane spear. Arcane spear 4. Okay. Static field 2. Where's my static field? Static field 2, and then arcane spell shield, or arc spell shield. Arc spell shield. There we go. I'm good up to level 40 on my abilities. Look at me go. This is amazing. We've got wood and wood and wood. And that can go there. I don't need this trainee spell. Why did I get this trainee spell book? I don't know why I got that. But I did. So, here we are. I chose a trainee spell book because I'm a dum-dum. Give you money, you're a charity case. You're a case of something. Here you go, there's 5 more gold. Be out of my sight, peasant. Here, let's just shrink everybody here in town. Oh, we can't shrink them because they're not in our group. That's sad. Can only shrink people in your group. Good morning, Tack. How you doing, bud? Going to buy the other 3 pets I won't use. Shame on you, sir. Shame. I mean, go ahead and buy them. It doesn't matter. You never know what they're going to do. What's going to be funny is when they actually do the Elementalist overhaul update thing, all your spells are going to be 1 copper anyway. Got room for 1? Right now, we don't have a group at all. We haven't even started. I don't know what we're going to do, if we're going to do anything. There are some people in this level range. I just don't want to have to. I don't want to have to make a group again today. It was, it's awful having to keep up with a group. I wonder if we can do rats, though. I wonder. Who wrote the book of love? Once we got to orcs, it was fine. I mean, yeah, sometimes it works out that way, and then other times it's like you got to swap people out every 5 minutes. You never know, man. You never stinking know. Well, let's see if we can get invite taser. If I can invite this cosmopolitan guy, see if he'll join. We'll need a healer. When the element of rework supposed to drop? No idea. Burl, join this shindig. Burlioso. There he is. Let's see if Taser joins. Taser sometimes is hit or miss. Sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not there. I don't know. I don't know what's up with that guy sometimes. I mean, he's a chill dude. I don't know if Silk wants in. He probably does. We'll invite him and see what happens. He's a pretty chill dude, too. There he is. All right, we can get a tank and another DPS. I grew up with Silk last night. We went to Shallow Shoals, beat up goblins. Nice. Yeah, Silk is a pretty chill dude. I like him. Switch into Mogwin. You can come in on Mogwin if you want to. We just need a tank. Do 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 do. Um. What's the shrink item you're using? It's called a Trinket of the Eye. It is from Glinting Hollow. Do 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 do. What level is that place? 40? You never been? Yeah, 40. It's level 40-ish. Looks like you'll be able to group next week for a day or two, depending on how fast you level. Yeah. Let me know. Let me know, let me know, let me know. What do we have? Everybody here? 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, we do. All right, well, we'll just do it this way for now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba, ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Change of scenery. Uh-oh, what happened to Silk? Nice axe, Burl. What you doing with that axe, buddy? Ask me a question. All right, follow me, Burl. We gotta go this way. Oh, this is gonna be a drop. It's gonna be a doozy. Hopefully we don't die. Yikes. Boop. All right, here we go. Let's go. Swim, schwimminy, swim, schwimminy, swim, swim, shiroo. Where the heck are you going, Burl? Berlin is... Where are you going? There he is. Okay, we found him. We got him. Kick them little legs. Is this the newbie lift? Yes, this is the newbie lift, which means we need to go this way. This way. We gotta go this way. And then this way. And then this cart, we go this way. Look at me go. Fast as fast can be. We go over there. Okay, let's see. Looking for more. Look, LFG. Go to here. Enchanter, wizard, cleric. Okay. Well, we'll see what we can get. You lost me? How did you lose me? Where the heck are you? I was running straight. Can I get a find Burl spell, please? I found Burl. Alright, this way. I can make a macro. I like looking at that list. I think that list works out really well for me. I'm the size of a squirrel. I am pretty tiny. It's any... Where'd Mogwin go? Oh, he must have zoned. It's an itty bitty teeny weeny. I mean, we can take a monk. I don't care. All right, we're going this way. About to keep up. Oh boy, you guys are going to aggro all those wolves. How did you not aggro the wolves? Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Stop humming Terra's theme? I don't know what I'm humming. I'm just making noises. Just making old noises. Ugh. Oh my goodness. We might actually have an AC repair person here. I don't know. It's 10 o'clock. We got our dishwasher repair too. Or replacement. One of those things is happening today. Both of those things are supposed to happen today. Do 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 do. Well, there goes the mana. Ba 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 ba. There goes the mana. Mana mana banana. Oh, whoops. Oh my goodness, why did it do that? Three? The heck is this guy pulling three for? Oh, whoops. Yeah, see, now we're going to get two again. Nope, okay. We're gravy, baby. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I knew it was going to get a second one. I knew it. Guy's fast. He's fast. Look at us go! Who needs stinking tanks? Just throw a bunch of melee DPS at it and win. Stinking tanks. Also, who needs mana? Yeah, mana's not worth it. What are we doing here? What in the world's happening here? Oh my goodness gracious, where's this guy running to? What's happening? Okay, he's coming over this way now. We figured it out. We got it under control. How clarity changes your gameplay? It really does, yeah. Clarity helps quite a bit. It's pretty significant. But we're like a very melee heavy group with an elementalist, so we're pretty good. We're okay. The only thing that would be nicer if we didn't have a druid and we had a shaman for haste. Holy moly, dude. We would be going nuts right now. Say no more, kick the druid. Nah, druid's been pretty solid so far. I don't want to kick anybody out. He's good. Oh my goodness. Bring them both. Looks like this guy's got the dagger. These guys are running all over the place. I can't remember if the dagger is actually better for me to use or not. I think it might be because of the haste on it. If it's 1021. Do 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 do. We have a new dishwasher? Already? It's already installed and everything? But no one is really sure how or when it's getting installed. What? Wait, what? So, the dishwasher is here, but it's not installed? And no, Burl, you don't need any of this stuff. Nothing here is going to be good for you. It's all leather. I thought they were coming to install it. Wait, did they take the old dishwasher? Because wasn't that the whole thing? Is they're supposed to take the old one and install the new one? I thought that was what they were supposed to be doing. They take it during install. So they just delivered it and that's it? My goodness. I don't think installing a dishwasher is that hard. But I don't want to have to deal with getting rid of it. Or the liability of it. So, I'm not touching it. If I owned the house, I would totally install it. But I'm not touching it. I'm not dealing with the liability of that. Nope, 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 nope. Not gonna do it. I wonder how often this works. I increased my parry for 15 seconds, and the mob's been like perma-stunned the whole time. Awesome. I need to do this and this. Move this up here. Combat. Melee. Miss me. And hit me. We'll do both. You parry! Alright, we'll see how often I parry when I use that ability. Wait, was that an imperfect sapphire? Didn't I need that for something? I think the imperfect sapphire is actually for... Oh, it's a black sapphire. Never mind. That's dumb. Wait, didn't I start with like dexterous or something? What did I start with on my... I did start with dexterous. That'll give me lots of procs. Oh no, I'm big again. I don't want to be big. I want to be teeny weeny. It's an itty bitty teeny weeny. Oh my goodness. Well, this is a pretty easy camp. Oh, we should try the deflection thing out again. Let's go. Parry. Miss. And then he's running away. Well, that didn't work out very well. Why did they give parry to the Spellblade? This parry ability. I don't get it. Like, they don't even have taunt anymore. They're not an off tank. I just don't understand why they have the parry ability. Always end up with aggro? Well, yeah, but you shouldn't. Right? That's the whole thing. Like, you have seclusion to reduce your aggro. Tank should have enough threat to gain the aggro. Like, that should be the skill check, you know, for the two classes. It's just silly. Like, why give them deflection? It's dumb. Oh, fun. Yeah, this camp is fun. Super fun. Wish you got weapon shield instead. I mean, I just don't understand. I don't know why the devs are putting in certain abilities that they're putting in. Like, I don't get it. I mean, the Spellblade it's a solid class right now, but it's just, I just don't understand. Like, they've given it some abilities that are basically never going to be used. What happened? Oh, yeah. I don't understand why it does that. Because you can just spam, like, it says too many attempts, but if you spam attempts, it lets you in. I got one yesterday, it was even worse than that. It was just, it like filled my entire screen like credits on a movie screen or something. And it was just like all code. I was like, what the heck is this? They gave same stuff to rogues? Well, we'll see what they do with rogues. Was what in here anymore? Oh, yeah, they're not. They've given up. Well, yeah, I mean, they've done it to themselves. Yep. I don't know why he's not in here. He's in my group. Spellblade Absorb seems OP. They don't even have that anymore, do they? I think they got rid of that. Talking about, yeah, Isar asked where you were. Why do we have levels of Infused Slash? Seems to scale linearly to 60. It does. I don't know why we have different levels other than just a money sink. Like, why don't it just give us Infused Slash and it levels up? I do not understand why the devs do some of the things that they do. It makes zero sense. One class has infused skills every, like, 4, 8 levels, whatever. But then you have another class that they didn't give, they don't give spells to at different tiers, like level 4 or 8, whatever. Like, they don't do that. There's no rhyme or reason to what the devs are doing. Literally, like, there's zero. Like the wizard, you don't even get their rain spells until like level 32. You don't get the first fireball spell until 48. Like, it's like, what is happening? Why are we choosing these random arbitrary things? Made a Spellblade, thought they had an Absorb. They used to have an Absorb, but they changed them. They don't have an Absorb anymore. Spellblade was one of the first, well, it was among the first 4 to get their rework. So they no longer have that. Oh, the Kinetic Ward. Yeah. Okay, you're talking about the Kinetic Ward. That's good. But it uses up a lot of mana. And again, no DPS should use it. Like, what's the point of that ability? It's because it's for when you're soloing, right? That's really the only time you would ever use it. And it just uses up more mana. But in a normal party, you should just be a DPS class. It's good for absorbing damage shield. Yeah, that's true. That's because it's broken, I think. Damage shield absorb. Yeah, like, I don't know. It just feels weird. Like, why they give certain certain abilities, and I don't know. Oh, there was a bracer. I think. Let me see. Oh, no, that's just a regular bracer. Not a special bracer. You just have to be in that stance to reduce costs. You do, but it's only 25% reduced costs. I don't like the whole stance dancing thing. It's not my favorite. I would prefer not to have to do it. So Spellblade is just not the class for me, but it is a strong class, and some people will like it. But it's not the class for me. I'll probably get this guy to 40 or something, 41 with Burl. And then I'll probably stop him there and just be like, there you go. And then I might start another class. We'll see what happens. Uh-oh, it's going to begin to rain. Oh, no. I think, anyway. Or is that just the lighting changing? I don't know. Seemed like it was rain lighting. Hopefully they won't remove Sao from Shaman, but I have a feeling they might in the rework. I think Speed of the Wild and the Shaman might change some. I think it's going to be a little more like Speed of the Ancestors or something like that. And it's probably going to be a group-only buff. But we'll see. I mean, honestly, they'll probably leave it in for right now because the Druid got reworked and it still has it. So they'll probably leave it in for now and then figure out the changes later. Because the run speed of is kind of currently being looked at and being changed and modified. I feel like it'll be the class like Rogue. You only want to raid bosses. Oh yeah, it might be, maybe. I mean, Rogue right now is not even good for raids. Rogue's just kind of garbage, unfortunately. I feel bad for rogues. I'm gonna shrink everybody. We got a dwarf over here. Just kidding. That's just a tiny ogre. Kind of looks like a dwarf. Ogres are just literally big dwarves. Oh boy. Was thinking that because they said less overlap with Druid utility. Of course, you know. Well, yeah, that's definitely less overlap with Druid utility. I could see that, but I think that's more like their strength buff. Like Druids had a strength buff, they no longer have that strength buff. So I think it's more things like that are going away. But I don't know. I mean, Speed of the Wild is also another overlap, so that could absolutely be going away. Oh boy. Dang old damage shield. I don't remember what the boots are. Everybody's tiny. It's an itty bitty teeny weeny little party slaying poachers. These poachers have to feel really bad that all these little things are slaughtering them. We got a whole group of little tiny people. It's like death by 1,000 cuts. That's got to be the worst way to go. Oh my God, stop stabbing my ankles. Never use the nukes and shaman have right now. I hope they get rid of those. I said I hope they get rid of those before they even put them in the game. I agree with you. The nukes are just, they're so dumb. They don't need to have them. Do-do-do-do-do. That's the music that I keep hearing. Is that not... I'm gonna turn the music up. I'm gonna enjoy the music today. There we go. I like it. Which of the top with tanks do you think currently has the best time trying to solo? Shadow Knight, without a question. Shadow Knight. Want to play a tank, but also expect to be on at weird times. Yeah, Shadow Knight. Right now, though, once you get to like 20 plus range, tanks. There's so few tanks. It'll be easy to find a group from like 20 to 40. The problem is once you get over 40, depending on how quickly you level, once you get over 40, it might become hard again because you just got to find a lot of people. You need to find a full group. Yeah, the Shadow Knight is by far the best tank. Well, it's really just the best overall tank in the game. Let's say hypothetically I climb to the top of Night Harbor Palace. How much trouble do we think hypothetically get in for being here? I don't think you'll be in any trouble. But you might want to let the devs know how you got up there so they can patch that. Because there's places in the game where you can like jump into corners and walls and stuff and like get up higher that you're not supposed to be able to do, but you can currently do it. You imagine the view super cool, you've heard? It's a pretty cool view up there, sure. If you can climb something in the game, you're allowed to be there always. We lost Mog. Yeah, he's going to be back in a minute. Yeah, you can't listen to Feisty, though. Feisty just plays a lot of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. So she thinks everyone should be able to climb everywhere always. And she plays a lot of Genshin Impact, which you can also climb in. We need to get her playing Pantheon, because she can climb in Pantheon too. Too bad that game sucks. Well, here's the funny part, Burl. Somebody bought her Assassin's Creed on the Nintendo Switch to play, and she didn't like it. I thought she would like Assassin's Creed also, but you know, she doesn't like it. Someone bought you Witcher 3? I thought they bought you Assassin's Creed. Oh. Kind of the same game. The new one's bad? I like Assassin's Creed games. I haven't played the new one, though. Yeah, definitely post a picture up there, for sure. I posted a picture in the Eminem Discord the other day. Picture I thought was pretty cool. I took a couple pictures today, actually. Let's take a look at it. Oh, let's get rid of this first. Oh, we can get rid of that. Pictures, screenshots. Yeah, this is the one that I posted the other day in Discord. And then we got some cool pictures from today. The lightning bolts. Lightning bolt! Lightning bolt! No, it was really funny. There was a time when this camp was just like permanently camped. There's always people over here every day for like a week or two. You know, the problem, Isar, is Ubisoft is making quadruple A games, so it's just above your gaming tier, right? You're a triple A game kind of guy. They're making quadruple A, so it's just so dumb, dude. I don't understand why they did that. Why were they like, guys, we're making better games than everybody else. We're a tier above. Like, what the heck was that, man? You can see all of Shaded Dunes and Sungreet Strands pretty much from the top of the palace, I imagine. I imagine that's really cool. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of dumb. I still think Black Flag was the best Assassin's Creed game. Oh man, I forgot to turn my fan today. Hang on a second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to turn my fan so it faces me because I just realized how hot it was again. Oh, so much better with the breeze. I cannot wait until we get this AC fixed. I'm going to take a nice shower and then get out and not be instantly sweaty. Every shower I've taken for the past, like, 2 weeks, it's like taking a shower outside. It's awful. Just awful. Wait, Mogwin comes back from an AFK and then instantly goes AFK again. What the heck? Oh. Get back here. Didn't get in trouble at all, would recommend. The guards didn't see you up there and are like, oh my goodness. Look at that guy up on the roof. Get him. Oh boy. Good morning. Got the fighter to 28. Nice. I'm having a fantastic day today. Big show. You put in a ticket to see if they wanted people to be able to get up there or not. They don't seem to mind. I mean, yeah, I don't think they care if people can get up there. It just depends on how you get up there. Like, if you're using an exploit to get up there, they don't want that. But if you can figure out a way to parkour up there, I don't think they care. They do care, though. There's a place you can get up to above a raid boss, which circumvents having to get the key to get into the raid boss. So you can just go up top and drop down. Supposedly they fixed that. Or are fixing that. But, you know, I don't know, man. So it's like one is like okay, the other one's not okay. I guess it's what you do with the knowledge rather than the knowledge itself. With the raid boss situation, I guess, you know, you're circumventing gameplay to get up there. So it's really on them to fix it. I mean, I agree, yeah. They need to fix those things. Like, people need to report them, and then the devs need to fix them. Kind of like the raid bosses right now that all need to be removed from the game that haven't been removed, even though it's been weeks since they said they were going to remove them, and they haven't removed them yet. So yeah, a whole thing. You know, I think my biggest issue right now, and my biggest takeaway from what's happening is how long some bugs stay in the game and how long some broken things stay in the game that is clearly not good for the longevity of the game, but they just leave it in, and how slow they are to make some of these changes. That, to me, speaks volumes, and hopefully during EA they will be more on top of it and fix them faster, because some of this stuff staying in its broken state for as long as it has, it's gonna have lasting effects. No, there's some bugs in this game that are player benefit, Burl, that need to be fixed. There's actually quite a few issues that they should have fixed a long time ago. I mean, charm being one of them. It's not really a bug, but it's just overpowered. The economy of the game is kind of something that needs to be looked at before early access. That does not really matter now. Like, they've already screwed up the economy. So, say anything about the patch this week? They have not, no. No, there's exploits out there, Burl, that are still being used. You can climb certain walls by running into them and like climb a wall that you're not supposed to be able to climb. To like circumvent areas. All sorts of stuff. Hopefully soon. People get creative. They get very creative. Absolutely. Rogue speed buff can be made permanent by zoning when it has 3 seconds left or so. Yeah, that's another really big one. Yeah, you can get that rogue speed buff permanently. You tried to clip my issue and it didn't work. Yeah, there's a lot of issues. I don't know what my biggest issue really is. But, well, you're talking about my big issue being the timeline for them. They're not very fast, quick responding to things and getting them fixed sometimes. Like, some things are fixed quickly. Like, major exploits are fixed quickly. But then there's other things that they just sit forever. And they get talked about forever. And it's just like, are we doing anything about them? The raid situation being one of them. They've been talking about that for months. And now that beta's been out for months and people have been raiding it and they said that they're going to remove them, then they didn't remove them. You know, it just caused a lot of stuff, right? It caused a lot of players to get upset. You know, now we're trying to reinvent the wheel on all the classes. That's taking a very long time to do and not getting balanced properly. You know, stuff like that. It's just, it's you know, it's all stuff that's going to take time. But some things could probably happen a little quicker. I wonder if that will work for the 100% speed buff. I don't know, yeah. I think a huge patch will drop soon to appease the masses, but a bit too quiet for too long. Well, yeah, they're going to drop a big patch. I'm going to call it now. Here's exactly what's going to happen. They're going to drop a big patch, which is going to have 1 or 2 of the deep dive classes, so we know the Beastmaster is coming, and we have heard that a second class is coming. So let's assume that they give us both of those and a big patch to fix a bunch of issues. That patch, I guarantee you, those 2 classes will not be balanced. Half of their abilities will not work properly. And then there's going to be like 3 or 4 patches that following week to fix all of the issues. But there's also going to break a bunch of other things, like when they broke the donkeys or the mounts, when they broke all of that. They've broken lighting several times. All of those things will be broken as well with that big patch. And it's going to take them a week or 2 just to get those fixed. If they even notice them at first, because sometimes they don't even notice the issues when they come out for 3, 4, 5 days. They just don't see it. They just assume that everything's working okay. Then they finally see that they're broken. It takes them a couple more days to fix, you know, and it just keeps going. And some of these things, they just takes forever. Like it's crazy. It's crazy. So I'm just calling that, right? Oh, really? Wow. Spellblade, Druid, Wizard all feel poop after changes. Yeah, I mean, the Druid is super strong after the changes, but it makes the other classes just feel like, well, you know, what'd you do with these? Wizard is terrible. The Spellbook bug, yeah, exactly. The Spellbook bug, which is one of the bugs they introduced, they've tried to fix that for like over a week now, and it hasn't been fixed. Stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about, right? A bug just gets introduced, and then who knows how long it's going to take to fix. Sometimes they turn around in like a day or two and fix it. Then other times it sits for over a week. So, I don't know. It's going to feel bad. I think that's just how MMO making goes to an extent. I mean, yeah, to some extent. As long as it gets there before 1.0, it needs to be there before early access. This game doesn't have any wipes after early access. So if they don't have like the economy fixed, if the economy's not in a good place by early access, by 1.0, the servers that started in early access will have a completely broken and whacked out economy. So I don't know. Didn't know there'd be no wipes after EA. Figured they'd wipe. Nope. There's going to be no wipes after EA, and then they're going to add servers for 1.0 if they need to. Right? So if a lot of people come in and start playing the game, they'll add servers for 1.0. It's going to be a problem. Like I don't know, man. It's definitely going to be an issue. 99 bugs on a wall. Yeah, exactly. Someone pointed out that the roadmap says the beta locks September 1st. So they really only have 62 days. The beta locks September 1st. Well, that's the idea, is the beta is going to lock September 1st, and they're only going to fix bugs from September 1st to October 1st. Yes, that is the plan. While the Druid is strong, the season system failed to and unfun. I agree with that, G. Willikers. Like I agree that I'm not a big fan of the season system, but there are people that love the season system. So that I think is just a preference thing. You're not moving servers after EA? I'm not planning on moving servers after EA. Not at all. But yeah, I agree, G. Willikers. Like the entire season thing feels bad to me. And I think as players play it more, they're going to realize that it's just you want to lock into a certain season and you're going to be rotating using low-level spells. Right? You're going to just cast low-level spells to rotate you to the season that you want to be in if you get out of that season. That's what I see happening with it. And I think that a lot of the lower-level players are just not... They're not there yet, so they don't see the problem. They're like, oh, I like it. I think the system's great, etc. But they're not playing it to its full potential, and they're just playing it very casually, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But the problem is that if you play it casually... you just don't get as much out of it. And then the min-maxers are going to basically min-max the fun out of it for you. They're gonna then people are gonna say, oh, well, you need to be locked into a specific season, and if you're not playing that way, I don't want you in my group, etc., etc., etc. That's where the problems are going to come in, and it's not going to become apparent until more people are doing it. Just like Charm was the same issue, just like quad kiting on the Wizard was the same issue. There weren't a lot of people doing it in the beginning, even though it was super overpowered, because they didn't know. They didn't know the best way to play the class, but as they learn the best way to play the class, and they learn new ways to play the classes that are just far and above better, it's going to shift everyone to do that. And once everybody's doing it, then they're going to be like, oh, I can see why this is overpowered. Knowledge is extremely powerful in this game. Extremely powerful. And too many people are going in and being like, nope, game works fine, everything's fine. And it's because they just don't know. They're just not knowledgeable about how things are broken. Seasons need a better icon. That's part of the problem too, Westmore. I agree with that. Yeah, like it's a pain in the butt. Like you have to look up here in your window. You're constantly watching this, tick up to 10, and this little 2 right here, the very top where my buffs are. For those that don't know how seasons work, look up there. See where it says 2? That is my that's my shrink potion or shrink spell, right? So I've shrunk myself 2 times. The druids have a little number there. That's how far they are in their season. That's how they have to deal with that. There's not a better way to see when you're about to switch seasons. It just kind of feels bad having to stare at that all day. But, whatever. When are the class gauges coming out? Yeah, that's what we need to have, is something, like exclusive to every class. Like maybe take the pet window for druids and allow that to be their season window, and have like a visual for the druid that rotates and it highlights the season that you're in or something. Some sort of visual for it would be nice. I do share clickies. I do share clickies. It makes it easier for me. Then we don't have to go and farm more items, Isar. Yeah, I could get the debt carver here. We just got one of the daggers for somebody. I might take the next one. We gave it, I think Silk got the last one. But if nobody needs the next one, I'll probably take it for the haste. Gnome didn't get shrunk. Isn't the gnome shrunk? Oh. Cosmopolitan might have turned it off. I don't know if he did or not. Do you think seasons would work better as stances? I hate stance dancing. But maybe. I don't know. You stop looking at the counter, the season buff, you can just feel yourself not gaining mana anymore. So the cycle seasons with lowest DPS and heal. I mean, yeah, I'm sure over time you can get a feel for it, but I don't know. I just feel like some of these things are just too clunky. Almost like the devs didn't actually play them. They just thought, this is a good idea. I like it. And they didn't actually play the class. But I don't know. I think they're doing some internal testing. But again, I think a lot of the internal testing is being done at a very casual level. Like playing for an hour or 2. And being like, okay, yeah, this feels okay. But not necessarily playing for like a 10-hour session. Or even like a 5-hour session. And playing it over a week long at 3 to 5 hours every day. And really getting a feel for it. I think they're just like, let me play it for an hour and see how it is. That's what I feel like is happening. And that's not going to cut it in a game like this when it's going to take you hundreds of hours to get to max level. Like, for a character getting something for the first time, they try it out, they use it, cool. It's fun the first few times it happens, like sandstorms. The first time it happens, the second time it happens, cool, sandstorms, these are really neat. The 100th time that it happens, oh my God, I wish this sandstorm would go away, right? Like the fun of it goes away very quickly, and it just becomes tedious. So I think a lot of that's not happening. Add bonuses to the sandstorm. Yeah, I think that XP bonus to the sandstorm would be great. Or more things that happen during sandstorms outside of it just making you can't see anything. Last deep dive was posted on June 7th. Yeah. I don't think it's that they're testing Italica. I think they're trying to build it first, and then they're testing it. Like we had one of the devs here in chat the other day, and said that they have like the Beastmaster is in their closed patch stuff or whatever, their closed testing, and they're looking at it, right? So the devs are playing it. But again, the devs are volunteer basis. Most of them have full-time jobs, and then they're developing in their off time. How often are they actually playing the game? Just to see how it functions. We are those testers, so I don't know why they're not just like making changes, pushing it out, and being like, do you like it, do you not like it, and then fixing that. I feel like they're just pushing it out and just being like, that's it, and then kind of moving on. Like the wizard changes, they've just been bad, and they've stopped updating them. So we'll have to see what they do, but yeah, I don't know. Sandstorm should unbury hidden treasure in the sand. They should do something. Right now, it's just bad. Right? It just feels bad when you have a sandstorm. Like there's nothing. Well, I don't know. The first couple times it happens, it feels cool. It's like, oh, look at this sandstorm. This is super neat. But then after that, it's just like you don't look forward to sandstorms. You don't ever want them to happen. Increase giant spawn during sandstorms. Yeah, do something with it. I don't care what, but something. Something worth it for the player, right? Something for the player to go, ooh, a sandstorm is happening. I want to do this right now. But not log out, which is what's currently happening, or what was happening with the sandstorms. They reduced the duration on sandstorms, which is a good start. Like the durations now are way shorter, finally. It took them forever to fix that, but they finally did fix it. They patched the reduction of sandstorms like months ago, and it didn't actually patch properly, which felt bad. Then you're like, okay, well, why am I... Like, are these patches actually going in? So it's almost like every time the patch happens and it fixes something, we have to go in as the beta testers and double check that it actually did get fixed. Because it's kind of a coin flip whether it was actually fixed or not. And that feels kind of bad, right? It shouldn't be a coin flip. It should be like, yeah, we patched it. We tested it. It's patched. You know, maybe every once in a while we tested it. It's patched. It didn't work. You know, but it shouldn't be like half the time. For example, recently, the spell book, being able to move your spells around in the spell book, they literally posted that they fixed it. And then, like, a day later, they're like, oh, apparently we didn't fix it. We're still looking at it. Don't mess with your spellbook again. You know, and now we haven't had a patch for it for a couple days. So, like, when is that going to get fixed? You know, it's stuff like that. It feels really bad. So you never know when something is going to get fixed. Or if it was fixed. So, yeah. Spellbook bug would be a nightmare to fix. It might be a nightmare to fix. I'm not saying it's an easy fix, right? That's not my point. My point is they said they fixed it, and it wasn't fixed. And it's like, that happens far too often. So don't focus on how difficult it is to fix. Focus on the point that they said they did fix it. And it wasn't. It's just... Happens all the time with this game. Happens constantly. You know, we fixed, like, what's going to happen when they say they fixed the issue falling through the world, you know? Like, I haven't been using my phase strike ability lately. I just stopped using it because I kept falling through the world. So when they say we fixed it so that phase strike doesn't fall through the world, or it does it less often, and then I use phase strike and I still fall through the world like half the time, did they really fix it? That's the problem that I'm having and running into, is it's like some of these fixes are not actually fixes. You mean you get stuck in the ground? That happens too. You get stuck in the ground, but no, but I was literally falling through the world when I was using phase strike in certain places. You never fallen below the world? Go to the beach down in Sungreet Strand and along the coast of the river and use it down there on the sand. You'll fall through the world almost every single time you use it. No thanks. So yeah, it's an issue. And then I did it also. Where else did I do that at? Where I fell through the world? It was another place that wasn't Sungreet Strand. Oh, it was in Vale of Zintar. I was fighting the Ashira near the water there, and I kept falling through the world. Over, like, literally, it was like 90% of the time when I would use my shift ability, phase shift, I would fall through the world. It's just stuff like that, you know? It's just that there are constant bugs like that are just really frustrating for certain classes. And they're not getting fixed. I fall through the world and reload. Yeah, that's another issue right now that they're currently working on. They're looking at it. But you fall through the world on reload. You fall through the world oftentimes when you gate. Like if you are bound somewhere and you gate or you teleport on a wizard or a druid, you will often fall through the world and then end up in a safe spot. Feels really bad. When you log out in Night Harbor, you often go to the zone line when you log back in. Feels really bad. You know, these are bugs that have been in for a while and haven't been fixed. Not saying these are easy fixes, but they're very annoying bugs that if they make it into early access like this, with similar bugs, maybe they'll fix these bugs, but if they have other bugs that come in for early access like that, it's not going to look well with paying customers. Because they're going to have a lot more people play with early access, right? This beta server has about 10,000 people that have access to it in the entire world. But I suspect they're going to have 30 to 50,000 subscribers for early access. That's going to be at least triple the amount of people that have access to it, and they're now paying customers. These kinds of issues definitely need to be resolved, and not only need to be resolved for early access, but if more of them pop up during early access, they need to be resolved more quickly. And resolved properly. Not like, hey, we patched it and it didn't actually work. It didn't patch properly. You know, stuff like that. That's kind of what I'm getting at. I did it the other day, and a GM asked me to promise not to do that again. You did what the other day and said promise not to do it again? They need a quicker a sprint patch. Knock out all the nasty, all the easy stuff at once. Well, yeah, some of this stuff, Burrow, may not be easy to fix. Like, I'm not trying to pick on the devs and say that these are easy fixes, because I'm not a developer. I'm not a coder. So I don't know how to fix these things, right? Some of these issues I have no idea how to fix. And I don't know who on the company knows how to fix them. Like, I don't know how hard it is. It could be very difficult. So I'm not trying to pick on them for that. I'm just saying, like, these should be focused and priorities that need to be fixed much faster. You know, like, whomever's job it is to fix those issues needs to be one of the first people paid so that they are fixed very quickly in early access. Integer fixes? Some of them might be, you know, like when you teleport with phase strike, You phase strike to an enemy, it needs to be, you know, maybe teleport you above, like a few extra pixels above where the enemy is, so that you fall down on the ground and you're not teleporting underneath the ground. Like, they need to do something like that, I guess, would be the fix, right? Again, I'm not a coder. I don't know how to fix these things. But I imagine if you teleport them above and the ground is below them, they're going to fall to the ground, right? I imagine that's how that would work. So I think that would be at least a temporary fix to solve the problem of falling through the world. Would it not? Like, maybe somebody that knows coding better than me can tell me, but like when you gate into an area, when you bind, I am bound here on this pixel. When I gate in, maybe I should just appear 20 pixels above that, right? And just you appear and you fall down onto where you gate to. Like, why not make the bind just slightly higher than I don't know. Like, maybe that would cause other issues. I don't know, but I feel like that would resolve a lot of the problem. When you log out, you automatically log in a couple pixels above wherever you're standing, so that you don't fall through the world when you log in. Stuck in ceiling if you bind in a tight place. That might happen, Glyph, right? That might happen. You might get stuck in a ceiling if you bound like in a very short area. Like, there's so many other issues that could come up, and I don't know how to fix them. I'm not saying that I do, but that's not my job. Right? If it was my job, I would fix them. But it's not. Currently, my job is to tell the devs what's wrong with the game. That's my job right now, as far as this game is concerned, right? I am a volunteer beta tester to tell you what's wrong with your game. That's what I'm doing. Hopefully they can fix it. A lot of the issues are because the game engine, it's a buggy engine. That's probably it too. Yeah, absolutely. Could be the Unity is not perfect. You know, would it have been better for them to develop their own engine for the game? Maybe. But that would have also meant that they couldn't build the game as quickly, right? They built this game in 5 years-ish. Could they have done that without Unity? Maybe, maybe not. On a limited staff and budget, building an engine might be tough. But I'm tired of hearing we have a small team. It's a 50-person team almost now. It's like 40, 48 or something person team at this point. That's not a small team anymore. There was a game called Timberborn. Was it Timberborn? And I think that game was built by one guy, and he built his own engine for it. Built his own engine, made the entire game. One person. So, you know, this whole, like, we're a small team with a low budget. I don't know. Sounds like excuses to me at this point. And I understand they are a small team with a low budget, right? And they have been for many years. But you are now building up a much bigger product. You're adding people to your team. You're about to get a very big budget when you start to sell the game for $15 a month. Hopefully, you know, if you build a proper game. So, we'll see. Never heard of Timberborn? Yeah, it's an indie game built by one guy, I'm pretty sure. Here, I'll show it to you. Oops, I keep going into that. That's my... This game right here. Oh my god, that's loud. I apologize. I'm pretty sure this game right here was built by one guy. Built his own engine and everything.
The world lies in ruins, left to be rebuilt by the bravest and boldest species still standing.
Just saying, you know, like... I'm tired of hearing the small team, low budget excuse from a lot of devs, because I'm seeing other devs publish games, you know, like Single dev. Very low budget. MMOs compared to single-player games, they're different. I'm not saying they're different. But if you want to talk about a single, okay, we'll talk about MMOs exclusively. Is this? We could talk about that. What about Project Gorgon? There was like 2 devs in a small budget. They built an MMO. Like I'm just saying, like they're excuses at this point. They're excuses. The budget has been crazy low for the scope and work done. So give props. Oh no, I absolutely give them props for what they've done with their team and their budget. Right? Totally give them props for that. I'm just tired of hearing we can't fix a bug because we're a small team with a low budget. Just tired of hearing it. Like at this point, you know, we get it, but come on. No, game development, it's not a linear path. You're right. It's not. I'm just, you know, communication is a huge one to me. Communication is huge. Absolutely huge. People are focusing on me saying the low budget and small team thing. You guys are focusing on that way too much. Way too hard. I'm not, like... This game has been a very low budget with a small team for most of its development, and they've done an amazing job doing that. Okay? I will praise them for that. I'm just tired of hearing about it. Right? It's old. It's like, come on. You don't need to continue to repeat that over and over and over as an excuse. Like, you're going into early access. You want to start charging money for the game. At some point, you have to stop with the excuses. And you have to just own up to it and be like, guys, we're working on it. We're doing what we can. We understand that these are issues and they need to be fixed. Like, just man up, I guess is the best way to, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't say man up. Person up, I guess. I don't know. What's politically correct these days? But yeah, like just own it. Own it. That's all I'm saying. Not to mention, you have other games that are like billion-dollar budgets that are not coming out either. So, like, it's not the size of the team. It's not the money you throw at it. Neither of those things seem to matter. You got low-budget teams with very few people making fantastic games. You have high-budget teams with a lot of people making terrible games. It doesn't seem to matter. Like, your budget and the size of your team literally does not seem to matter. It's about getting the job done and having the right people to do it. Are we taking a break? I wasn't reading chat. Oh, yeah, I guess the healer's taking a quick break. All right. While we do that, again, I want to repeat myself because I don't want people to get the wrong idea and be like, Criddle hates the devs. I don't like I don't hate the devs. It's just that I feel like, you know, the excuse has been used too many times. Love these devs. I think they're doing a fantastic job. I praise them as much as I possibly can. They have been doing it on a low budget, and they've done a great job building this game. Absolutely have done a great job. But as a beta tester, my job is to tell them where they need to improve. So I'm trying to do that. Give me a second. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go check on to see if we've heard about the AC getting fixed, which is supposed to be in 5 minutes. They were going to be here at noon today. I'm going to make something quickly for lunch, and I'll be back. My entire group, I think, is AFK anyway, so give me a couple minutes, and I'll be right back. Chat amongst yourselves and enjoy all of your own selves. Talk to each other. It's a social experiment. All right, I'll be back in a couple minutes. Okay, sorry about that. We are back. It only took a few minutes. It didn't take too long. But the AC guy is still not here. So, no AC yet. No AC getting fixed yet. So what did you guys talk about while I was gone? Let's see. If it's a geese, is it a raid of geese? Or a gaggle of raiding geese? My goodness. Save the cheerleader, shave this show. What the heck are y'all talking about? They should rename Shadow Knight to Sylar Knight? Since they would essentially do what Sylar did in the show Heroes. What, Steel? Did he? I didn't watch that. Show Hero? I never actually got into that. Is that where did he steal people's abilities? Isn't that what Rogue did in X-Men? He cut people's brains out to steal people. Oh, he cut people's brains out to do it. Very nice. Well, think about it this way. Like, the show didn't, like you're saying, the show didn't have very many good characters, right? And by that, I assume you mean, like, morally good characters. What if the entire world got superpowers? Do you really think there would be that many good people using them? I don't think so. I think most people in the beginning, for sure, would use them for evil purposes. For greed purposes, most likely. To, like, get away with things. Yeah, they would absolutely use them for greedy reasons. Homelander is realistic? Absolutely. Homelander is extremely realistic. He'd be like, I'm going to use it for good, only for the publicity of it, to get more money, get more power, get more everything. And then when I realize that I have everything, then I'm going to just abuse my power to become a god and take over the world. By the way, spoiler alert, if you haven't seen the most recent season, probably should have started with that. But at this point, is it really a spoiler? Like, if you haven't watched it, you probably don't care. You saw that in episode 1? Yeah. I mean, I think we all saw that from the very beginning. Yeah, season 1, episode 1, it's like this guy. Like, think about it. If Superman actually were a real person, he's not going to be a savior of the world. Statistically speaking, right? Statistically speaking. Because that maybe the most moral person in the whole world would be the one to get Superman powers. Anyway. Somebody was asking about Spellblade. I like the Spellblade. I think it's a pretty solid class. It's very good DPS. There's a few things that I don't like about it, like the gameplay loop. I don't really like about it very much. There's a few abilities that are like, why did they make these abilities? But as a Spellblade, your job is to be a DPS. It does that job well. So, very little to really complain about on the Spellblade. It does its job, and that's what really matters ultimately. You're almost through episode 1 before I realized Homelander was Banshee Guy? Banshee Guy? What's Banshee Guy? Is that another character from something else? Banshee show main lead. I don't know what that show is. I haven't seen that. What kind of sandwich? It's just a turkey sandwich with mustard and mayo on it. That's it. Nothing special. Just what we had in the fridge. Because I'm just a normal person like everyone else. And I just eat what's in the fridge. Turkey sandwich is a classic. It is, yeah. It's very, very good sandwich. I wish I was like all the other streamers out in the world. You know, all the multi-millionaire streamers that are just getting food delivered by DoorDash every day. Delicious food. That gets expensive, man. Where are you guys? Keeper bite, but where? Near the treehouse? I will show you. So, treehouse is over this way. The zone line, or the Pinshaw is, wait. Yeah, treehouse is over this way. Pinshaw is over this way. And Scarwood is over this way. And Evershade Weld is over this way. We have $900 right now in DoorDash credits. People donated after the fire. Send me some food, Burl. DoorDash me some dinner. I got a fire too. I don't have an air conditioner, so I guess it's the same thing. And by the way, you're echoing. I think, a little bit. Burl echo. I'd rather pay a personal chef than DoorDash every day. I mean, I don't disagree with that, yeah. But a personal chef would probably cost more than DoorDash. But if I had millions, if I was one of these millionaire streamers, yeah, I'd probably have like somebody show up to my house every day and, you know, just clean things up, you know, pick up my messes that I've made, make me some food, all that kind of stuff. Would absolutely do it. Why live like a peasant if I had millions? Be like, I want ice cream. Let me order a small cup for $60. That, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Like, there's certain things you just don't order through DoorDash. I love this whole thing that like DoorDash and all the other different, you know, food delivery services have. and you get all these the reviews for them, and the reviews are bad on DoorDash, and it's like, got my food but it was cold, took an hour to get my food, and it's like, what do you guys think this is? Do you think this is like an instant service where your food is literally ready and they grab it and instantly drive it to your house like a waiter would if you're at a restaurant? Because that's not how that works. It's not. This isn't a restaurant situation. They do like 5 pickups and deliver. Yeah, they do as many as they can because that's how they make money. So they get as many pickups as they're allowed to do. And if they can pick up 3 or 4 or 5 different things that are kind of all in the same general area, that's what they do. Like, anybody that thinks they do it otherwise is crazy. Like, you go to a restaurant. Do you think you're the only table that server is waiting on? No. They probably have multiple tables, 3, 4, 5 different tables, because that's how they make money. If they were just at your table and your table alone, or if they're just delivering between that location and your house, then they wouldn't make nearly enough money and they couldn't do the job. So, yeah, you got to be careful what you order through DoorDash. Don't order things that are going to be terrible cold. Don't order things that are cold and are going to be terrible hot. Like when they melt like ice cream. I've delivered, by the way. I've delivered using Uber Eats. I've done that delivery before. And even I don't even do it where I pick up 5 different things and then take it to 5 different places. I was doing it one at a time, right? They don't call you to come pick up the item. They don't tell you to go pick it up until it's actually ready for most places. Because the DoorDash or Uber Eats person doesn't want to sit around at an Arby's waiting 10 minutes to then drive to your house and drop off food and make like $1. Like, that's not what they don't want to do that. So even doing that, though, they told me, hey, come pick up this food, take it to this location. It took me 10 minutes to drive to the location, another 10 minutes to get to the other person's house. It literally sat for 20 minutes before the person got to eat their food. Yeah, it's not going to be cold, or it's not going to be hot anymore. It's going to be pretty close to room temperature at that point. Just saying. People need to lower their expectations. Oh, I guess that guy's leaving. Let me see. We got a wizard in Evershade Weld. Let's get the wizard over here, I guess. Because everybody else is in Night Harbor. It's going to take them forever to get over here. You don't want to spend 1 second in Arby's? Chinese stays hot all the time. Chinese food is one of the ones that you could probably order, because then you could just like throw it in the microwave. I never order. I cook my own food, or I get in your car and drive. Yeah, I prefer to cook my own food a lot of times, but we do go out to eat often. Often. Yeah, I'm actually disappointed in a lot of the places that I've been to lately. Actually, I will say one thing, and this is I'm not sponsored or anything like that, right? But Zaxby's. We went to a Zaxby's a couple months ago on our way. We were coming back from a trip, and we went to this one particular Zaxby's. It was literally the best Zaxby's I've ever had. It was some of the best chicken tenders I've ever had. They were amazing. And I've eaten Zaxby's many times, so I kind of expected a certain thing. But this one Zaxby's location just blew it away, man. It was so good. Crazy, man. But yeah, I prefer to make my own food. Like I went, my girlfriend's daughter went to a restaurant with her grandparents recently, and she got a steak for dinner. She brought the steak home, and I was like, I ate the leftover steak the next day, and it was bad. It was just like, it was not a good steak. That's why she brought it home. She was like, she didn't like it. And I don't know, man. Like I feel like I make food better than most of these restaurants do. Like my food just tastes way better, and it's cheaper. To get the same quality of my own food, if I were to go to the store, buy it, come home, and make it, to get that same quality, I would need to go to like a 5-star restaurant. Went to a place called SOB Burgers in the Sarasota area of Florida recently, and the burgers surprised me. Really? I have to check that out. I went to a place called Big Gun Burgers here in South Carolina in Charleston, and it was okay. It's like big gun. It's like a play on words. It's like Big Gun Burgers, but Big Gun Burgers, or I don't know. Anyway, it was okay. It wasn't like something amazing. It was like a hole-in-the-wall bar. Do we want to move to keep the rested buff? We can. Hopefully it'll stop raining here shortly. We just got to find a shelter spot. I mean, there is one. There's an easy one right up against the building. Like this spot right over here is a shelter spot underneath this. But we'd have to move the whole campfire over there. Hopefully it stops raining soon. We don't have to worry about it. Been putting in work with the pellet smoker this past year. If I don't have one pickup, it's so easy compared to smokers. You have to babysit. I would love to do some smoked stuff, but I don't know. It takes too long, too much energy. I don't want to like deal with any of that. I've got a flat top grill that I love to use, but I need to get on and like restore it some. It's been kind of sitting out in the weather too much. This blackout berry body armor is not too bad. It's got a lot of calories, though. Holy moly. There's so much sugar in this stuff. Not that I count calories. I've never done that, and I probably never will. I'm not a big calorie counter. The guy that stole people's power by studying their brain becomes the good guy in the end. You're talking about in Heroes? I have no idea. I never watched it. I watched a show on what was that, Sony network? The PlayStation network? You guys remember that? They're called Powers. When Sony PlayStation had its own like TV network thing. I actually enjoyed Powers. It was good. Yeah, that was a good show. I enjoyed that show. I wish they never got rid of that one. Favorite superhero movie was Unbreakable. That one was okay. That was with oh my god, why am I drawing a blank on his name? Where basically he couldn't die, right? Yeah, Bruce Willis, yeah. Yeah, I enjoyed that movie. It was good. I hear Bruce Willis is not doing well right now, though. It's unfortunate. Well, yeah, he can't remember that he's in it. Yeah, he's having... It's bad, man. Poor guy. He's going through some stuff. Got another hide vest. I'm pretty sure mine's better. Oh, mine doesn't have strength on it, but it's got dex on it. So I think mine's better for me in the long run. You gonna do the bracer quest here? Decent bracers. They're good bracers for spellcasters, or for wisdom casters. No, I'm not gonna do them for the spellblade. But I think the druid in the group does want them. Or I'm sure they will want them. Like, he hasn't said anything, but he knows about them. Someone take the color brown away from Monster Memories artists. They know shades of green. League's better than what Pantheon was putting out. Well, yeah, Pantheon didn't have an art team. Pantheon just downloaded stuff off of the Unity play, the store, the asset store, and said, "Here you go. Whether it works for the aesthetics of our game or not, we don't care." Not better enough to make fun of? No, definitely not. Yeah, you can still pick on them in this game. This game has way too much sand and brown. Like they definitely need more zones that are not sand color. You are correct. I will pick on them for that too. You know, what I would like, though, as far as art is concerned, like, these areas here, the grass, right? It's still 2D. I would like to see some 3D grass. You know, just actual grass come up out of the ground. I don't know why they're doing like this too. I mean, I know it's less resources is probably why they're doing it. But I feel like they could definitely make the grass more, you know, three-dimensional. Supply better graphics, period. I mean, the graphics are okay. Like, I don't mind the stylized graphics. I really don't mind that at all. Like, it actually, to me, looks good. I actually enjoy it. But I don't know. They could up it a little bit. But my frame rate, yeah. I mean, that's the reason they do it, is because they want to be able to have a very far like distance where you can like load objects in the distance, what do they call that? The clipping plane or whatever. Anyway, they want you to be able to see super far in this game, and so they have to reduce the visuals to be able to do that. So I totally get why they do it, and I actually like the art style. I just wish we had more foliage, you know, like, I don't know, it'd be nice. The render distance, yes, that. But, you know, I understand the reasoning. I just think it would be really nice to be able to see that. Like, in a zone like this, your render distance doesn't really need to be that far. I mean, you got trees. You can't see the forest because of the trees. Right? So you might as well just, I don't know, Put some bushes in there. Yeah, the style is absolutely going to age better. Like this style lasts a lot longer. If they try to go like the more realistic route, it won't last very long. And they can always upgrade this, right? Like that's the other thing is they can continue to keep this similar style, but upgrade it. So I don't know. I don't have an issue with it personally. Occlusion culling? Yeah, the occlusion is the actual bushes and stuff. Is that right? I always get all that stuff mixed up. I am not an art person. So when anybody does anything artistic, I'm just like instantly, that's amazing. Because I can't do it. That is not me. This is 2013 graphics. Most of what you call bad graphics, just the desired style. Yeah, the style is not going to be for everybody. But I don't think it's really bad graphics. Like, I mean, I get it. I understand why people think it's bad graphics. You know, it could be a higher polygon count and more realistic looking and all that. But this isn't Grand Theft Auto 6. You know, it doesn't need to be perfect. You know, every car doesn't have to be photorealistic. They have stated that their triangle poly density for characters, that is to allow for many individuals in an area without... Yeah, exactly, Mulgore. That's the idea, which is what we're talking about. It's that clipping plane or the render distance or whatever. They want to be able to have where you can render in everything in an area and see super far. Like, that's the idea, is they want to be able to render in as much as they possibly can. Which is a different thing that people don't look at. People look at it like, oh, I could be loading up Call of Duty, you know? And look how realistic all these guns look and the players look and all that kind of stuff. Super realistic, but it only loads in this small little portion around you. It doesn't load in like everything else. You can't scope out for like a mile and see things way far away, which I think is something that makes this game better. So I would rather have the lower poly count, but be able to see much farther into the distance. Like, I would absolutely rather have that. But I do think some foliage would do this game some well. What are your thoughts on highlighting herbs and mining nodes? Maybe. Yeah, that's going to hurt them probably. Yeah, well, kind of. Xbox went a little farther with it. They were going to disable all that, but then they were also going to mean always online, which means you couldn't play any of your games unless you were online. Which they quickly were like, nope, we can't do that. That hurt Xbox badly with the... No, they never did. What hurt Xbox? That hurt them for their sales of the Xbox, whichever one it was, the most recent Xbox. But then also that all of their games are also on PC. So like they do them day one on PC and Xbox. There's like almost no game that is an Xbox exclusive. And that hurts the console more than anything. Yeah, I would agree with that. A lot of their games are not very good. Yeah. Yeah, Xbox is kind of like the Sega back in the day. Like, they had a few good games, but none of them really stood out as, like, amazing games that were better than Nintendo games. And that's how it is now, is it's PlayStation over Xbox. But Nintendo will always be there because they're titles, like their exclusive titles, you can't get anywhere but Nintendo. Yeah, I buy some of the PlayStation games. I'll still buy some of those when they first come out, but you know, sometimes I just wait for them to come out on PC. A lot of them aren't, yeah. Like, that's the thing about Nintendo that I've always loved about Nintendo. They're always polished games and they're fun games. Like, I don't think I've ever bought a Nintendo title that wasn't entertaining. Like, third party, yes. There's been third party Nintendo games that were not great, but if it was made by Nintendo, they've always been pretty fun. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I actually want to get Star Fox, I think. Like, I want to get it, but I don't want to get it because it's just a remake. But I've actually heard it's pretty fun. Yeah, I want to get that, and I want to get the Metroid Prime game. I saw that one on sale for like $25 the other day, and I should have bought it. Yeah, I think it's still worth $25 though. Yeah, they scrapped it too. That one, the Metroid game, they're supposed to release it like 2 years ago, and they scrapped it. What's my herbalism skill? My herbalism skill on 2 of my characters is maxed for the current game. It's 265. You can't get over that. Ah, that's a bummer. Altered Beast was a good Sega game. Altered Beast was good, but it was short. It was very, very short. But it was a really good game. Is this the PvE server? Yes, this is PvE. If I was playing PvP, I would not be streaming. I can promise you that. Guaranteed, if I was streaming on PvP server, I would be stream sniped all the time. It would just be awful to play PvP. And it's already going to be awful, in my opinion, to play PvP in this game. Playing it as a streamer is just going to be doubly awful. Hey, thanks so much for the haste. I appreciate it. We had a drive-by buffing. Just think back to the games I like most on Sega. Yeah, I mean, Altered Beast was fun on Sega. I also liked some of the Sonic games. Those are pretty fun. Trying to think of what other Sega exclusive titles that were out there that I really enjoyed. Supposed to be a Golden Axe remake. Golden Axe was another one of those games where it was a really fun game. It's a great arcade game, but unfortunately Golden Axe was also way too short. I bought Golden Axe when it first came out on console. I literally beat it the same day that I bought it. Like probably 5 times. I played through it on like all the different characters, and I went through it way too fast. Last Battle on Genesis was a Golden Gem or Hidden Gem. I didn't play that one. Ghosts and Goblins and those games those are a lot of fun. Yeah, I love those games. I still say the Super Nintendo though was the best console ever made. I think the Super Nintendo it's really what made consoles continue. Because the leap from Nintendo to Super Nintendo was so big. Like, it just... I mean, everything was just better. It was just amazing. The Sega CD. I like the Sega CD. I had a Sega CD and I played a few games on it. Best game on Sega CD was that RPG, the JRPG game that I played, Lunar the Silver Star. I loved that game. And I was blown away because the first few minutes of that game, there was a character, your main character's name was Alex, and you had like this little dragon. And the little dragon was like, Alex! Oh, Alex, where are you, Alex? And it was like talking to you, and I was like, what the? This guy's got voiceover. I thought it was the coolest thing. Technically, Atari almost killed home consoles, and the NES saved it. NES, yeah, NES was huge for sure. Super Nintendo, I think, is what really put consoles on the map. And then that, the PlayStation 1 is what revolutionized console gaming with the 3D gaming. Because, like, the Nintendo 64 had 3D, but it was really bad 3D. I feel like the PlayStation did 3D well for the first time, which is why Final Fantasy VII was like considered to be one of the best games of all time, because they just did a really good job. But then also the Nintendo 64 with Ocarina of Time, they did a really good job with that game. So that's where like 3D started to come in, and it really revolutionized gaming from that point. That was just a really good era of gaming, I felt like. Just like an absolute amazing gaming of era. Like now you look at games and it's like, okay, you go from the PlayStation 4 to the PlayStation 5, right? I mean, is it really any different? It's better graphics, sure. Like, it looks better, but they didn't really change much from the PlayStation 4 to 5. Even the PlayStation 3 to the PlayStation 4 didn't change much. Like 1 to 2 didn't change much. 2 to 3, there was a decent change, because it went to like HD graphics in the 3 as opposed to the 2. But then, yeah, the 4 to 5 was like, you know, we're getting better. I think now what we're getting are higher frame rates. Like higher, being able to get 4K graphics at 60 frames is huge on a console. That's absolutely massive. Like, people don't realize how hard it is to run 4K at 60 frames. Most people play, they play their video games like the PC players. This is hilarious to me. PC players, they'll buy like these 120, 140, 160 hertz monitors, and they're like, yeah, I'm totally running 4K on, 160 hertz. And it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not. There are people that are doing that, but they have like $10,000 PCs, right? You can do it now, but I'm talking about like maybe 5 years ago. I heard people saying that they were doing that. I'm like, no, you're not. Maybe with like a 5090, with like the most, one of the highest rated graphics cards now, you're probably running that. But yeah, with like the 3080s that were back however many years ago that was, you're not running 4K at 160 frames. There's no way you're doing that with a 3080. People are crazy. You still can't max GTA 5? Exactly. That's kind of my point, right? You still can't even max some of these older games with the newer systems. It's just not possible. Wait, who's leaving? Who had to go? Did we lose our healer? Oh, no. Let's see what we have. Shaman. Wait, Deck, did you want to join? Didn't you want to join earlier? Nailed it. Perfect timing. Yeah, our healer just like left. I don't know what was going on. I wasn't paying attention to chat. Anyway, yeah, PlayStation 6 selling point is a new AI lighting system that will make ray tracing obsolete. Really? Production begins in January? Uh-oh. Now we got haste. We got haste, speed of the wild. We got heals. And we got shaman, man. Winning. PS2 was the most advanced console released for its time. Was it? It was a solid system, man. I remember getting the PS2 and being like, what? That was an awesome system. I loved it. You know, I feel very fortunate to grow up in that age. You know, like, I had an Atari, I had a Nintendo, Super Nintendo, Sega, you know, PlayStations, Xboxes. Like, I literally have owned all the systems as they came out. And I was very fortunate to be able to do that. Like, it just worked out with my age group. I'm wondering, like, how that's going to change as time goes on. Because I feel like us that are around, you know, 45 years old or so, we grew up with it all. And now it's like the younger kids, it's been there their whole lives. Just since they were born, they don't really, it's not the same for them as it was for us. And I'm just curious, like, how that's going to change in the future. DVD player was huge. Yeah, that was the reason. So the DVD player of the PlayStation 2 and the Blu-ray player of PlayStation 3 were massive. They were absolutely massive because people were buying a PlayStation 2 and 3 instead of buying DVD and Blu-ray players. So just as home entertainment. And then they also had the game consoles on top of it. So, you know, because it was actually cheaper to buy some of the, like a PlayStation, than it was to buy like a DVD player or a Blu-ray player. Going from Nintendo 64 to PS2 was pretty huge. Oh, you actually skipped a generation then. Well, kind of skipped a generation, I guess. Because you didn't do the PlayStation 1. I guess technically PlayStation 1 and Nintendo 64 were the same generation. Because they were supposed to be the same console, actually. I don't know if people know about that, but the Nintendo 64 and the PS1, Sony actually was working with Nintendo to create the console. And they ended up splitting apart and creating two separate companies because Nintendo wanted to stay with the cartridges and Sony wanted to switch to the disc. Shocking. You have a Neo Geo? Yeah, Neo Geo, that was a cool system. I never owned that one. The Air Force built a supercomputer with a bunch of PS3s? That's crazy. They are very cutthroat. Yeah, I agree. Just let me play. Like, Sony won't give up like Spider-Man. They're just like, nope, we're never giving it up. And Nintendo, dude, they are super cutthroat. I mean, I love Nintendo games, but holy moly. They are, like, that company, you do not want to get on the bad side of them. They're kind of like Disney. Oh, shoot. They earn their rep. Can't let it get tarnished. I mean, they did, yeah. Nintendo's been around longer than people think, too. Like, Nintendo has been making games for, like, 150 years or something ridiculous. Somebody Google that. And tell us how long it's been. It's been a long time. There's some good docs on Nintendo, documentaries, yeah. Nintendo's been around for a long time. They were making like card games and puzzle games and all sorts of stuff before video games. Yeah, that's their video game. But Nintendo was around much longer than video games. Like they had card games and stuff. Yeah, there you go. Founded in 1889. Over 100 years. Like that's 130 years. That's nuts, dude. Hey, what's going on, Vor? How you doing, bud? All right, what are we doing here? Where'd our healer go? Oh, the healer died? Uh-oh. Yeah, that was a really cool system. I never owned one. What was that game, that fighting game that was really good on it? Yeah, I think that's like the most things that was on it. Yeah. You see, EA is now selling ad space for their games. There will literally be ad breaks. That is so dumb. I know that EA has been selling ads in their games for a long time. Like, if you play an EA game, you'll see, like, ads, like, in billboards and stuff. And racing games and sports games, all that. There's, like, billboards of different things. They've been doing that for a while. But I mean, I don't have an issue with that too much. Death Stranding. They sold to Monster Energy Drink, I believe. They got funded from Monster, and if you actually play Death Stranding on a standard edition of that game, you actually drink Monster Energy drinks. I happened to buy the collector's edition of that game, so I didn't get, when I play the game on my edition, it doesn't have the Monster Energy drinks in it. And I thought that was kind of cool. Like, I actually like that idea. Yeah, they're mostly sports games, so I don't really like them. Let's get Chipotle. Yeah, the most recent one kind of was, yeah. Back in the U.S. for a couple weeks. Not enjoying the heat. Oh, it's rough, dude. My AC is still broken, so I'm not enjoying the heat either. Yeah, the pizza command for EverQuest? Yeah. Yeah, healer died from whatever. Yeah, it's still not fixed, Vor. They're supposed to be here an hour ago, but they're not here yet. Well, they were supposed to be here days ago, but it's just the whole thing. We're still waiting on it. You guys got to drop group. Yeah. The whole group will get bugged when people camp out and stuff. Question is, where was Deck bound? I gotta be careful when I say that. They're well outside their time frame. They're well outside. Yeah, it's been 14 days, which is legally the landlord has to fix it within 14 days, which is a reasonable amount of time. So, and it has not been fixed. They have been trying to fix it for about a week. This whole thing. All right, give me a second. I'll be back in just a minute. I'm going to go get rid of my trash that I brought up here. And I'm going to use the restroom real quick while we're trying to get this group going back again. So I'll be back in just a minute, guys. Okay. I think I'm good. We've got 1, 2, 3 of us, 4 of us here. All right, I'm gonna go port the shaman over here. Wizard, wizard, wizard. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Making groups is fun. Keeping them together is more fun. I like it. Woo, I had a sneeze. The snoozles, the sneezels, the snazzles. Hey, what's going on, Don? How you doing, bud? Sorry, I didn't see Chad. We're trying to get our group back together here. Fortunately, I have resources of teleports to be able to make this happen, but this is part of the reason why I advocate more for group experience bonus. It is so stinking difficult to keep groups together, and it's just not worth it most of the time. Like this would have been a death sentence for a normal group, right? One person, the healer dying and being bound in Night Harbor, but we're fighting over here in Keeper's Bite, and then another player wanting to leave and getting replaced by another player. That would have been a death sentence. The entire group would have broken up, and then those people all have to go and find different groups, and it's a whole thing. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell people that are like, no, we don't need better group XP. I don't understand it. But there are people out there that still believe that group XP is the best. You aren't wrong. I call it the domino effect. Yeah, absolutely is the domino effect. One thing goes wrong in a party, causes one player to leave, and then other people start to leave, and it's just, yeah, literally a domino effect happens. The devs are not good enough at math to figure out how to add adequate XP bonuses for a group and con without making solo blue cons too slow or group reds too fast. In any game, apparently. It's definitely a tough thing to do, for sure. It is tough. Just not hard if you're math. Well, I feel like Ali, who is he does a lot of balancing and stuff for this game. Like I think he knows how to do the math. I don't think knowing the math is the problem. It's knowing the math and then understanding the game and mixing those two together. Uh-oh. There's some stuff going on. There's some stuff going on in chat. People are mad. They're yelling and shouting at each other. People angry. We're in Vale of Zintar. I bet you that's the orcs. People are mad at the orcs again. Rat-row. What you gonna do, you know? What you gonna do? Yeah, Don, that's another big one. Yeah, like you have to factor that in too. Like twinks versus non-twinks, with skilled players versus non-skilled players, and then skilled players that are twinked, you know, versus non-skilled players that are twinked. Like you gotta factor all that stuff in. It's definitely not easy. There's a lot of factors. Factors. So for those that want to know how to get to where we are, here's the big treehouse right here. And then we're going to go over this way. Well, I guess more technically over this way. It's a little farther up. I'm just trying to avoid the aggro. The aggro mobs. Where's that? We're going to the poachers that are over here. A couple of people asked earlier where we were located. So since we're running back there now, treehouse that way, poachers this way. I don't think it's this poacher camp though, is it? Yeah, this is the poacher camp here. We've made it. We've done it, guys. We did a thing. I would add a variable bonus per level to offset TTK per level, and just after that. Yeah, there's a lot of ways they could do it. You know, I don't know what would be best for their particular game, but... Every player is different. It's extremely hard to gauge each scenario without shooting yourself in the foot long term. Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Because everybody's going to have different expectations, right? That's another thing you do have to factor in all this, is people are going to have different expectations. A hidden bonus to XP per level you can modify seems the best way to balance the entire system without having extremes on either end on a formula. You have goals for how fast. I mean, I think they have something like that. Some little bonuses they can do, but... yeah. You know, it's a whole thing. Am I not seeing YouTube chat? No, I see YouTube chat. I've read it a couple times. Like Garm is saying, where is that? And I responded to it. And I'm half watching. And test failed. He isn't seeing the chat here. I don't... Maybe I missed something, but there was nothing there that was important enough to read out loud that I saw. Not wrong, your solution. Notice me. All knowing. Where do I get salt from in game? Salt you can buy on a vendor, I'm pretty sure. Try the cook. I think you just buy it from a cook. Ugh. You're not seeing it? Yeah, I think that's where you get it, is just buy it on a vendor, but I haven't tried to buy it in a while. I looked a while ago, and I'm pretty sure that's where I found it, is on one of the like cooking vendors or something. This is gonna go poorly. We gotta split this camp up again. And we don't have a good way to split it anymore. What's bin gravity do? Slowing your descent. I don't need that. Where did I put seclusion? There it is. Oh my god. Why can I not memorize? Oh, seclusion's already on there. I already had it. Taunt, keep on a can't. Need heal. Break it up. What? No, I got it, bro. I got it. I've got ways. I've got tricks. We got ways that we can do this. It's just gonna take some smart player ingenuity here. Found out that Pack Sao can be cast on people not in your group. It sure can. And if they are in a group, it will Sao the entire group. Sure can. That definitely can happen. See, like, it's knowing. Knowing is half the battle. Knowing in this game is like 90% of the battle. Do 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 do. Off topic of Eminem, have you tried Rest for the Wicked? No Rest for the Wicked. That sounds familiar. What is that? Ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. I got bills to pay. I got mouths to feed. I know there's a song. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Very interesting in-depth game. I have not played that one, no. I don't think so. Man, look at us making all this coin. We're so rich. I need to get those boots from somewhere. I've got some decent boots. Watch out, Burrow. You're getting beat on. I guess EQ Legends is opening up their open beta soon. In like an hour and a half or something. EQ Legends is going to flop so hard, man. I mean, I don't want them to, but they're going to. The players that want to play that game, the people that want to play that game, are going to ruin it for themselves. They just don't realize that they're the people that ruin games. It's just another EQ TLP fix for the people who do that? Exactly. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. The people that like to play the TLPs, they go back to them every now and then. They'll play it for, a month or two, at tops. And then they'll be like, okay, I've got my EQ fix for the year. And then they'll be gone for a while. And they might come back with another TLP later on. That's literally EverQuest, man. That's what it's turned into. I already did 2 TLPs, so I need like 5 to 10 years before doing it again. Yeah, that's kind of... A buddy of mine said the same thing. He went back to a TLP, I don't know, a couple years ago, and he's like, I'll be gone for like a year, and he's basically not going to be playing any games for about a year. And I'm like, okay. And he disappeared. He played EverQuest super hard for really like 2 years. And then he's just like, I'm done with it. But that was EverQuest with TLP servers, with like updates every couple of months. They released a new time lock progression. And, that worked out. But, yeah. Doesn't really... hang on. It's not going to work out for this game, I don't think, for EQ Legends. I think it's going to last until like a month, and people are going to be bored, and they're going to be like, okay, well, now we got to release new stuff, new content. Then they're going to release new content. People are just going to get bored with it very quickly. That's what you did? Yeah, that's what my buddy did too. It's always the same thing. I hope the best for the game. I'm not interested in doing all that over again alone with small party. Exactly. Like, that's the thing. Like, what made EverQuest fun, and even the TLPs fun, is playing with all the other players. Right? Making groups, making raids, making friendships, all of that. That's what made it fun. And what they're doing is they're taking the fun part out of the game, and people are going, no, what's going to make it fun is being able to do all that content without a group. And it's like, yeah, but you're not realizing... That's what made it fun, was the group. Literally, the group is what made it fun. People are they're forgetting that. They're forgetting the social aspect of MMOs. I did a TLP, got my Ranger Epic, then logged off and never went back. Makes sense. I think that's what a lot of people are going to do. And it's going to ruin the game. It's going to ruin their game, I'm telling you. They're also making it very seasonal based. They're making it very much like an ARPG. So they're trying to like kind of add seasons or whatever to it. So people are going to play it for the season, do all the things, and then log out until the next season. But yeah, I mean, I'm all for. I'm all for the game. Hopefully, it does well. You know, I also don't like Daybreak as a company, so I don't really want to. I don't really want to fund them. That's another reason I don't want to play EverQuest Legends. It's just Daybreak as a company is a bad company. Like they're gonna nickel and dime people. They're gonna charge people for XP potions, and you know, like they just. Whatever they can do to make money, that's what they're doing. So I don't like it. EQ Lore has so many opportunities for cool events they could establish if they would be original and not just recycle content. Exactly, right? That's the thing. Daybreak doesn't know how to make... they don't know how to make a game. They bought rights to games, and they just maintain them. They don't really do original content. Like, I don't know how the new DLCs are for EverQuest. The most recent one that just came out, last month or whatever. Maybe that one's amazing, and maybe people love it. I don't know. But I just don't see it as being new stuff. They're not new and innovative. Didn't they steal the idea from one of the servers they shut down? Yeah, the Hero's Journey, they shut down that server and then effectively took their idea and put it into their game. Because they can't come up with their own ideas. And then they hired on people that made the like P99. They hired those guys to do it. It's like, what the heck's happening? Yeah, I have like, I just don't like Daybreak. I don't like them. We need to start boycotting these gaming companies though that just do terrible stuff. We like, money talks, man. Money talks. We got to start pushing back. Daybreak's getting some games under their belt. Are they? Like, what are they getting under their belt? Or are you thinking about just buying games or making games? Because I don't know if they made anything, have they? But they buy games and they profit off of other people's success. Or they profit off of other people's success and then ultimate failure. And then they buy it for super cheap from them and they just maintain it. That's what it seems like is happening. The amount they own compared to like 2000 or 2020. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. They just keep buying up games. They're buying up dead games to re-release them for the nostalgia reasons, and people keep throwing money at them. The Microsoft way. Yeah, it's kind of what Microsoft does. Yeah, buy up a company and then... Does it work? Cool. Does it not work? Trash. Yeah, I don't want to fund these companies anymore. Like, I just don't want to do it. Like EA, I don't want to buy any games from EA. I just don't want them to get any more money. I don't like what they're doing as a company. I just don't like it. And unfortunately, it's going to take all of us gamers to like basically say, we're not going to buy your game until you make good stuff. We're not going to buy it. Unfortunately, it's not getting out enough. There's not enough people that are doing that, and they're continuing to buy games and continuing to make money. And they're not going to stop. Why would they stop? They're continuing to make money. So what's the reason to stop? GTA while microtransaction. Oh, Grand Theft Auto is going to make a ton of money. Stupid amount of money. Like, that game's going to launch and millions of people are going to buy it day one. Millions. Yeah, I think for me going forward, like, I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna get games from these companies that have proven themselves to be just terrible companies. I'm tired of it. 2013 was a time where early access slot became widespread. Many games scammed out their money, and people kept buying until 2026. Yeah, yep. I mean, that's where Pantheon started, right? It was around 2013 or so, 2014. A lot of these game companies were like, hey, we're going to GoFundMe and Kickstarter and, pre-order the game before it even starts development for like $1,000. They're doing all of that stuff. And it's like, the game doesn't even ever have to come out, and they've already made millions. Why would they ever finish a game? They've already made their money. There's no reason for them to finish it. Star Citizen, yes, another one. They made all their money already. What's the point? Yeah, the other thing that really bothers me as a content creator are the content creators out there, the streamers, the YouTubers that jump on the bandwagons as well. Like they jump on a hype bandwagon because it makes them money, and then they immediately jump off of it when it's no longer like the next big thing. And it just kind of sucks. It really sucks. I mean, you can look at this game and see that. There was a lot of people that were streaming Pantheon for a while. They left Pantheon. Then they came to this game. Then people played this one for a while. Then they left this game, started playing Adrulan Online Adventures. Then they play EverQuest Legends. They just play whatever the biggest hype game is. Like, there's no loyalty anymore in anything. Like, jobs, like you go get a job, there's no loyalty in jobs. People, they stay in a job for 2 or 3 years, and then they look for another job that'll pay them more money to move to a different company or whatever. Just zero loyalty. Arc Raiders is dead? That didn't last long, did it? Is it really dead? That was like the biggest hype game when it came out. People were loving it. Like, oh my god, it's so amazing. And tons of people playing it, and then it's just, yeah, dead. There's going to be so many creators promoting bad behavior, not intentionally, but because they don't know. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that'll absolutely happen. They've already been like, or what are you talking about though? Like in games like this? That'll absolutely happen. It's already happened in this game. Job hopping is the only way to make money these days. You say no loyalty, but it's the companies. Well, yeah, that's the thing. There's no loyalty because the companies are terrible, right? They're not willing to pay their employees more money to keep them. It's kind of like when you get cable service or internet service or cell phone service. They give you this amazing deal to join, but then the longer you stay with them, the more they charge you. And it makes zero sense because there's no loyalty whatsoever. And it's not just from the people that are there. It's not just the customers. It's the company also. Just they don't care about loyalty. Companies do the reverse thing. They fire people after 2 or 3 years, then hire cheaper people. Sometimes they hire cheaper people, yeah. Sometimes it works that way. I could pay somebody that just came out of college that can do the same job, pay them $30,000 less a year, and they do the exact same job. Like, there's just zero loyalty. It really sucks. I don't like living in a world like that, to be honest with you. I just don't like doing it. Love reading stories of employees who basically unicorns for their company. They get fired to save money. Then the company realizes they need them, so the employee charges them quadruple as a contractor. Yeah. That happens. I had a story when I worked for a company. I worked there for like 2 or 3 years, and their business started to fall off. So they laid off a couple of people. I was one of the ones laid off. And I was like, that's fine, whatever. I went back to school. Anyway. So I was laid off. Within a week, the owner of the company called me and was like, hey, we're trying to get into this computer to do this thing, whatever. They wanted me to basically tell them how to do the job that I was doing for 2 years because they didn't know how to do it. And I was like, what? That you literally paid me to do that job. Now you just want me to tell you how to do the job? Like, no. No, you're not paying me. Why would I? No, you're wasting my time. But that's what they expect these days, man. Like, we're not friends. Right? We're not friends. Charge them a year's salary to even talk about it? Yeah, right? It's crazy. Yeah, I don't want to work in corporate America again. Like, I just don't like it. Because of things like that. I don't know. I just hate it. Unbeknownst to me. Unbeknownst to them, but knownst to me. Man, I can't wait for Spaceballs. When I was more naive, my old job had me training your replacement. Ouch. Then they fired me for not being able to do my job correctly, even though they had me train my replacement. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. Like, you, as a young person, you don't realize some of these things. You're just happy to have the job, you know? Get out of college, you apply for a job, they offer it to you. If it was too easy to get that job, probably not a job worth having. Just, I mean, think about it. You're also training somebody from India, so it's really outsourcing? Yeah, that's rough, man. That is super rough. Oh. Like, we'll see how many oh geez Louise. We'll see how many people are streaming EQ Legends. This guy's gonna... Oh my god, guys. What are we doing? What is happening? Like, what the heck, man? Is there no speed reduction when you're low health? There is, kinda, when you're really low health, yeah. Yeah, that was just bad. What the heck is all this? Yeah, that was just bad. Like, we were getting a replacement healer, the healer got aggro, and then we pulled mobs, and it's Gaming 101. Pay attention. Is this the person? Demi? Yeah, it's him. Sal kind of makes it irrelevant. It does, yeah. Speed of the Wild is too strong. It's been too strong for a long time. Like, as you saw right there, I'm low on health. I just run away. It's fine. Like, it's just, and people want to be like, no, Speed of the Wild needs to stay how it is. It's just too broken, man. It's just, it makes it to where you're never scared. Like, you can get out of almost any situation. Oh my god. Like you were going up the treehouse? Oh yeah, you went the wrong way. Oh boy. Yeah, it's just a disaster. I don't understand why placing a healer and we were pulling and all. I don't know. It's what happens when people aren't paying attention. I survived because, you know, I knew what was going on. We might be lucky. I might be able to get reses because Kaz might be an easy spot. Yeah, he might. That might be kind of close, so I might be able to res people. No, I'll get a res. Oh my god, he changed the password. Re-authenticate. Oh my god. Maybe he didn't change the password. Let's see if he changed the password. Why is this not opening? Wait, why does Kaz say that he gets mad because we move his spells around? He doesn't have anything, whatchamacallit, yeah, the cantrips. He doesn't have anything on cantrips except for Divine Aegis. That's the only spell he's got cantripped. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I didn't either. That was kind of random. I don't know how to look at it is he complains that people play his character and move stuff around, and then he gets on other people's characters and does all sorts of weird stuff. I think we all do it to each other. It's, you know, it just happens. Which mask are you looking for? Oh, whoops. Really? Wow. to the treehouse, 5 minutes. Ish. Yeah, there's no guards on that ramp that can help you, I don't think. Oh, you had a big train then. Yeah, what you needed to do is run right, and you ran left. If you would have run right, there's 2 zones over that way you could have zoned to. It's just knowledge, just knowing where to go and what to do in those situations. Yeah, I mean, apparently everybody in the group was half paying attention. The deck guy was leaving. I didn't realize he was leaving, but he had a replacement, and he was going to get his replacement. And then when he did that, he aggroed a mob. And then the rogue also pulled 2 additional mobs, which then got the shaman killed. So things just kind of fell apart at that point. And it's just people getting into a rhythm and not paying attention. It's literally all it is. Who's leading the group now? I have no idea who's leading the group right now. Yeah, I mean, I mostly bought digital copies of games these days, but yeah, a lot of people like that. Well, like Grand Theft Auto, I was reading about that. There's not going to be any physical copies of that game. You could buy it physically, but you just get a code inside of it. Yep. Yeah, I mean, exactly. I don't plan on buying Grand Theft Auto. I mean, I know it's going to be a huge game. A lot of people are going to be streaming it. But I just don't, I don't really care. I don't care how big of a game it is, I mean, even for me, like trying to stream and do content and stuff, there's no possible way that I'm going to get people to actually watch me play that game. So it's just going to be a waste of money for me anyway, because I'm probably not even going to really enjoy it. You haven't liked GTA since Vice City? Yeah, it's just not... I don't know. It's just not a game for me anymore. I think the reason Grand Theft Auto is still super hyped. One, it's been in development for a long time, but 2, it's just one of those like shock factor games for the younger audience. A bunch of 12-year-old kids want to get the game because they see some 20-something-year-old streamer beating up people in the middle of the street, stealing their cars and cussing and screaming and throwing their keyboards. Like that's really what makes the game popular. They're not even really that good of games. They don't revolutionize anything. They're not great. Ashes all over again, money grab, and it'll be it might. Ashes was a different story altogether, but yeah, it's. I don't think I'm going to buy it. I think going forward, I'm going to stick to games like this. I do want to play some old school RPGs. I would like to branch out on my stream and on my YouTube content and stuff. I would love to branch out. I don't know if it'll ever work. I've tried branching out in the past, and the content doesn't do very well. So, Brood War, Riot, yeah, that's the thing though, Tech. Like, I could get on and play some Brood War, and people like you, I might get like 2 or 3 or 4 people that'll actually be like, yeah, let's watch and let's hang out, and play some Brood War. But compare that to 50 people in a stream is way different, or compare it to 1,000 people in a stream. Like, the content, it just doesn't sell, unfortunately. It just doesn't sell. Variety is very, very tough. Because I'll play anything. I am probably the most variety streamer you have ever seen. Like I'm not kidding about that. Like, I am super variety. Like, I will play just about anything. You need a super strong personality that makes people not watch the actual game. I think that's part of it, yeah. That definitely helps. But it's not just that. I mean, I look at CohhCarnage, and I'm not trying to pick on CohhCarnage here, but he doesn't have like a super strong personality. He doesn't like, he's not a bad guy by any means, but he's just a normal dude. Normal guy that plays video games. Why do people watch him? Well, because he has an audience. That's why. There's no other reason. It's because he has an audience. And that's it. And I think that's pretty much what streaming and content creation has become. You fake your audience, and I'm not saying that anybody in particular, like CohhCarnage or whatever, fake their audience. But now you fake your audience to build an audience, and then once you build an audience, you don't need to fake it anymore, and it just grows organically. Because it's just... people just they just flock to where everybody else is. Yeah, you definitely didn't want to come here. Yeah, this is where you come for the bracers that we've been talking about, where you get the 4 skinning daggers. You got to come up here. There is a fun quest in here. There's a drunk dwarf, and if you buy him alcohol and give it to him, he gives you a quest. No, you're not. Oh, there you are. He was one of the originals, kept a following. Yeah, that CohhCarnage, exactly. That's how he got it. Well, he didn't just keep a following. He was one of the originals. Yeah, you crashed on zoning. He wasn't just one of the originals, though. Like, he played a game. He went on vacation. The game flopped. He lost his entire viewer base, and he almost quit streaming. That's what happened with CohhCarnage. But then he continued to play more games, and because he was around when almost no one else was doing it, he built an audience, and then he just maintained that audience. That's literally what happened. Which game was that? He was playing the Neverwinter game, Neverwinter Nights, or one of the Neverwinter games. But yeah, he was playing that, and then it just kind of flopped. They'll eventually get up there if they don't just climb it, yeah. And he never went on vacation again. Basically, that's what happened. Yeah, CohhCarnage. He went to streaming, and he streamed for like 15 hours a day, every single day. Never doing anything but playing games all the time. He's very lucky he didn't ruin his relationship with his wife. He's very, very lucky that he was in the situation that he was in. And, he talks about sometimes that luck has nothing to do with it. And it's like luck had a lot to do with it. He was very lucky that he had a supportive spouse, and he didn't ruin, his relationships, and he was able to stream for 10, 15 hours a day, every single day, for years, early on when no one else was doing it. So he was very, very lucky with that. Well, yeah, because the Silent Plains one's easier to do. Like they don't have to get any art or anything. They can just throw in some NPCs in there and done with it. Yeah. Anyway, I love CohhCarnage. I think he's a good guy. He makes good content. He plays games. He plays every day. He keeps up with stuff. He's intelligent. There's nothing wrong. I'm not trying to pick on CohhCarnage, but yeah, he was just very fortunate to be in the situation that he was in. Right place, right time, and he was able to do all those things. So it just kind of worked out. Been away for 2 months now. Eminem it's doing okay, Moose. It's doing okay. All right, I'm gonna switch back over, I guess. Am I interested in Guild Wars 3? I am actually interested in checking out Guild Wars 3. Yes, that is one that I might take a look at. That one does interest me a little bit. I wasn't a big fan of Guild Wars 2 because I didn't like that they basically made Guild Wars 2 an action RPG. So yeah, I wasn't a big fan of that. It just felt too much action RPG to me. But we'll see what they do with Guild Wars 2. Or Guild Wars 3, sorry. I am interested in that one. So that could be where I go from here. Try out, play this game a good bit, and then when Guild Wars 3 comes out, play that some, and kind of mix those and kind of grow from there. The platforming environment jumping was a little out of place for me. It was, yeah. It was too action RPG for me. You go into a dungeon, even though you have like 5 people in your party. You go into a dungeon and it's like a free-for-all. All 5 players are just doing whatever the heck they want and hope that you get through the dungeon. Because there's no heal tank. Yeah, exactly. There was no heal tank, DPS rolls. It was like playing Diablo. It's just like playing Diablo to me. What I did like about it though is what level is this thing? What I did like about it is like their raids that they did. Do you guys remember like the dragon raid? And it's like there's something in the water, and then like this dragon would come out of the water, and you had like these giant rockets that you could shoot at it, and just tons of people. That was really cool, but it was still just a giant free-for-all. It was just literally a bunch of people just throwing their bodies at it, and I don't know, it just felt weird. So we'll have to see what they do with Guild Wars 3, but I am interested in the game for sure. You thought it was good because it was different? Yeah, it was definitely different. So I'm hoping like this will probably be my main game for a while. But I'm hoping that Guild Wars 2 gives me something else to play. I would love to be able to play like maybe play a couple days or a season of Diablo 4 here and there. Play some Path of Exile here and there, and kind of open up the stream and my YouTube content a little bit more than just Monsters and Memories, and kind of expand on that. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, right now, it's basically Monsters and Memories or bust for me, currently. Unfortunately, but we'll see. If I could play this game forever, I'd be happy. Me too. Yeah, I want to be able to play this game for years. I would love to do that. So right now, that is my goal. Is this game? We're riding this game hard. Same thing I did with Pantheon. I was hoping Pantheon would be my forever game for a while. It was either Pantheon or bust, and I went hard into Pantheon. Luckily, this game came out and it was big, big enough. So I was able to keep that Pantheon kind of train going into this. But yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see if the devs allow it. Yeah, this game is either going to, EA is going to make or break the game. They've got to get it into a good position. If they don't, it's not going to even make it to 1. Well, it might make it to 1.0, but it won't have big enough player base. Like, if you want a game that's going to maintain and last for years, something like an EverQuest or a World of Warcraft or a Final Fantasy XIV, having 10,000 players is great. Having 20,000 players is great. You need like 100,000 players because you've got to build something. They can make this game for super cheap, sure, and it can keep going for a long time. But how long is it really going to last if only 20,000 people are playing it? Like, you got to make sure that if 1 million people play it and then it goes down to like 100,000 people playing it, like an EverQuest did, that's why EverQuest is able to maintain for so long, is because at one point they had probably 1 million people playing that game, and now it's down to 20,000 people or whatever. So they're able to maintain it. But you can't start and be your peak at 20,000 and then it drops down to like 1,000 people and be like, yep, we're still making the game. You can, but it's just not going to be the same. So, I'm really hoping they get about 50,000 people for the start of early access for this game. And then hopefully the game continues to grow up into 1.0 and it peaks at 1.0 with a couple 100,000 players. That would be the best thing for this game. We gotta help that guy. Somebody help that guy. Jeez Louise, man. What is happening? I see what's going on, though. I think I figured out what's happening with the aggro here. So I think well, I can tell you exactly what happened there. Is the shaman had a hot on the rogue, and then the rogue pulled mobs, and the hot ticked. And then they all went for the shaman. You think there are that many people interested in this type of MMO? There are, yes. There's absolutely. Right now, I would say there's a good 200,000 people worldwide that, if they knew about this game, would try it. But I feel like right now there's probably 100,000 people in the world that know about this game that are willing to keep an eye on it. But there's probably only about 30 to 50,000 people that will actually be like, okay, I'll play it on early access and I'll give it a shot. But there's quite a few more people out there that would absolutely play this game if they knew about it. Hot tick aggro is a bug. Report long time ago. It's not a bug. It's not a bug at all. It's meant to do that. It's not what a dev said. Dev's wrong. Dev is wrong. Like, I hate to say that. I don't know what dev told you that. That is wrong. So a regen spell, which is a heal over time, which is a hot, that's not meant to aggro. But an actual hot, like the nature spells from Druid and the hots from the Shaman, absolutely those are meant to have threat built in. Hot tick doesn't generate aggro and EQ. Which hots are you talking about? Regens, which is a hot. You got to define it. Because hots in EverQuest do generate aggro. It depends on the hot that you're talking about, though. They absolutely do. Or at least last time I played, they did. If they don't generate aggro, that's going to make the game really easy for healers. Because technically, a cleric's 6-second spell is a hot. Because it ticks once after 6 seconds. You cast it on the player. 6 seconds later, it's a big heal. That's a hot. If it doesn't generate aggro, healers can heal without getting any threat whatsoever. That's bad game design. So that whatever dev says that that's not supposed to be the case, doesn't understand the mechanics of their own game. Applying the buff does, not the ticks. I think when clerics could apply. So they could do it backwards of that, sure. They can do it to where the initial cast of it generates aggro if they want to. And then the actual hot ticks don't generate additional aggro. Sure, that is a way that they could do it. But it has to generate aggro. And the only way that it would generate aggro is when it actually does something. So they would have to change the entire fundamentals of how their game aggro management works if they're going to do it based on the initial cast. Because the initial cast doesn't actually do anything. So, yeah. Anyway. Hang on a second. Oh my gosh. They delivered our dishwasher, but they're not going to install it for a week. It's crazy. The initial cast is 1 aggro, just like any buff. Well, yeah, it's like it's just it puts you on the aggro list. But what they would need to do for a hot to not aggro when it actually ticks, they would need to give the full aggro when you cast it. Meaning, let's say the hot is going to heal 1,000 damage over 24 seconds, which would normally be 250 damage 4 times, let's say. Instead of it... Oh, I think our AC person is actually here. Instead of it doing 250 threat every 6 seconds for 24 seconds, it would just do 1,000 threat at the very beginning, but you wouldn't actually get the heals until later on. The better way to do that is what they currently have, which is 250 threat every 6 seconds when it actually does the healing. Otherwise, it's going to mess up healers like the Shaman. You know, if they get all that threat up front, it's going to mess them up. Because think about it this way. What if there were 2 tanks on one mob, and that one shaman was putting a hot on both tanks? That's 2,000 threat instantly to them, rather than 500 threat every 6 seconds. The tank can keep up with 500 threat every 6 seconds. They can't keep up with 2,000 threat instantly. So, like, it's just not going to work out for their game design if they try to do that. So if they think it's a bug, then they're going to have to completely rework threat. I remember I would pull half a Plane of Fear on my friend's 70 Ranger and would heal on my Shaman with hot as much as possible because that wouldn't generate threat. Well, and that breaks the game. Completely breaks the game because of what you just said. Right? If you get 0 threat or 1 threat for casting the spell, you can cast as many hots as you want without ever pulling aggro. So there's no threat management needed. Like, that completely and utterly breaks their threat system in this game. So, yeah, I think there's some confusion there with the dev or something. I don't know. Eventually the hot heals aren't enough. Well, sure, they're not enough, but still, it completely breaks the game. Because you're able to sit there and kite mobs around indefinitely. You know, like, it's not good. It's a very bad way to design. EverQuest had a lot of problems. Let's put it that way, right? They had a lot of issues in that game. And people say, oh, well, that's how it worked in EverQuest. Well, yeah, because it was dumb and it was broken and it shouldn't work that way in a game. Like, EverQuest had a lot of issues. But anyway, if a dev says it's a bug in this game, then they're gonna have to rework the entire threat system. Doesn't mean it won't be the same here. It may not be. You are correct. The dev might make it the same here, and if they do, they're ruining their own game, is what I'm saying. They can do whatever the heck they want in this game. They can have Wizards nuke for 100,000 damage if they want to. But that wouldn't be balanced, and it wouldn't be fun. Eventually, people would just be like, okay, I just literally cast one spell and kill anything that I want. Like, it's dumb and it's broken. Like, you got to make the game challenging, and if you can just hot everybody with 0 threat, not challenge. It takes the challenge completely out. WoW added leashing because kiting endlessly is silly. Yeah. If you think that's cool, then I don't know what to tell you. You're cooked. I mean, that's the thing. Like, some games just do stuff because they like it. But yeah, some things are good and some things are bad. But having a hot deal 0 threat is game breaking. Druid and Shaman are already the better healer class right now. If they make it to where they can heal for 0 threat, they're going to be even better. So I don't see how that's going to fix their game and make it better. Like, it'll end up making their game worse, is what it'll do. Absolutely make their game worse. EQ's the perfect game. According to some people, it is. Which is crazy to me. The reason we have hell levels in this game is because EverQuest had bugs. It's crazy, man. Absolutely bonkers. I don't think the threat gen on heals right now are good. I mean, they may not be good. They might need to be tweaked, but 0 threat on heals is bad. Right now, everything in this game, as far as I know, is a 1-to-1 ratio. 1 healing is the same as 1 damage, is the same as 1 threat. It's a 1-to-1 all the way across the board. And that should probably be tweaked. They are good right now. No change needed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just all depends on what they want to do with their game. Hopefully runes become 3-to-1 or 5-to-1. Yeah, runes right now are super strong because runes are also a 1-to-1. 1 rune is 1 threat. I think. Actually, runes might be... They might be less. Because of the way that they work. I don't honestly know. I haven't checked that. It might just be 1-to-1. Yeah, I don't know. It could be just one threat since it's a buff. I don't think anybody's ever cast a rune on me and I've lost aggro. I don't think. But maybe? But anyway, right now runes are broken. Runes are actually extremely strong. But think about it this way. What if runes did give threat? Then kinetic ward is giving threat? Is that good? Yeah, it's an easy test. All you have to do is just body pull a mob, do nothing to it, and have somebody cast rune on you and see if it pulls off of you. And then see how much damage you have to do to that mob to pull it back on you. It's a super easy test. I just haven't done it. How are runes broken? Is a 25 HP buff on Enchanter at level 8. That's at level 8. What do you mean, how are they broken? You're telling me that because it's a low amount at level 8, it can't be broken anywhere else in the game? Like, I don't understand your rationale there. I can tell you how they're broken, but you can't say, how are they broken? It's only this at level 8. Like, those two things are completely... They're separate things. How they're broken is... The way that this game functions... First of all, they're instant. They're basically instant heals. Secondly, if a mob has like a life tap proc or something like that, and they life tap you, but you have a rune shield, they don't actually take any life from you, so they don't gain any health back. So chain spamming runes on your tank is better in most cases than trying to heal the tank's HP up. That's how it's broken. It's a low ratio at low HP at low level. I imagine it's low at high level. No, it changes at higher level. It's still not mana efficient as a heal at higher level, but preventing damage is more powerful than healing damage. So it shouldn't be as good of a ratio as healing. But I promise you, like, I don't want to get into a bunch of other garbage on how this stuff works, but I promise you the runes right now, the way that runes function is broken. First, you can stack them. That's another broken part of it. I can have a cleric and an enchanter stacking runes on a tank, and they just never take any damage. And they're instant cast rather than having a cast time. Like, it's broken. Yeah, you can stack all. Their runes overall are just broken in many ways. If it gets out how broken runes are, honestly, like if I were to give you a lot more detail on it. This is Keeper's Bite. Yeah, it would be a problem. It's kind of like Charm, right? How I talked about how Charm was broken for a long time and people don't believe me, and then eventually they learn how Charm is broken and then everybody's using Charm. Same thing with runes. I'm telling you they're broken. If it gets out how broken they actually are, everyone will be using them all the time. Like, constantly. Not trying to have a debate. Just not realize runes were broken. Yeah. Well, I know you're not trying to have a debate, Westmore. I'm just saying, like, to say that something isn't broken at level 8, like, I get that you're trying to just ask the question, but to be like, oh, I don't agree that they're broken, or how are they broken because at level 8, XYZ. Level 8's not a good representation of this game. You need to get to at least level 40 to 50 and try out a lot of different things before you might start seeing how something is broken. And that's a problem with a lot of the community of this game, is they only get to like level 20, maybe level 30. And they're like, game's perfect, can't wait for early access, everything's great. You know, nothing needs to be fixed. Well, you didn't get very far. Yeah, the numbers drastically change from level 50 plus. I showed this on my wizard. When I got a level 48 nuke on my wizard, and it did like 700 damage. And then I got like a level 50 nuke on my wizard, and it jumped up to like 1,500 damage. It more than doubled going up 2 levels. Like, that's the kind of jumps that you get in this game. So when you say something is like, oh, it's only 25 health at level 8, well, that might be 2,000 health at level 60. Like, it's a drastic difference. You didn't even start getting a feel for the class till post 20? Yeah. Yeah, I get that you want an explanation, but it's just how it was worded. It could be deceiving to some players. And I think a lot of people do that, though, unfortunately, Westmore, is they have that rationale like you did. Like, well, maybe they're just wanting the explanation because they don't understand it, so they're using their example of what they know. But unfortunately, what they know is part of the problem, because they don't know. It's what they don't know is where the problem is, right? Oh, I know that at sub-level 10, sub-level 20, it works this way, and it works really well, and it's perfect, and it's awesome. So because I don't know how it works at higher level, I don't understand how it's broken, and that's where the issue comes in. The 60th rune is 1,500? Yeah, something like that. Problem is, we can't all be levels on all characters. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and I'm not trying to argue that, Westmore. I'm just trying to say that's the problem with a lot of these debates. Is I might say something is broken, and then somebody else is like, well, how is it broken? I don't understand. And there's no way that I can explain it to you. Most likely, there's no way that I can explain it to you without literally showing you or you leveling up a character and seeing it. The charm thing is the best example of that. People are like, I have charm at level 4. I don't see how it's broken. I can never keep anything charmed. It's not broken. And they argue the topic, right? And that's what I'm having to base it off of. So when you say, well, at level 8, it's only this, I hear, well, I'm a low-level character, and it seems perfectly fine at this level. Okay, well, that's at that level. So, like, it's just it's a tough thing to have to talk about and explain, right? Not saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying that, like, that's how it comes across when people say stuff like that. Is it literally comes across as, well, it's perfectly fine at level 8, so I don't see how it's broken at higher levels. May not be what you said, but that's how it's often interpreted. And that's on me, right? That's on me for assuming what your question is. It's just a communication issue. You don't know the question? What is debate? Tone of voice is lost. Yes, exactly. Tone of voice is lost. You know, sarcasm is lost. A lot of things are lost with text, and it makes it very difficult. So, like, the questions, they come across differently. There's a reason you don't have serious conversations with wives via text. Oh, dude, I had that. Oh, my God. My girlfriend the other day, I sent her a text. Like, she was like, I'm so frustrated right now. That's what she said in her text. I responded to the text, the words, "I'm frustrated with you," right? So, there was more emphasis on the with and less than the you, but there was no punctuation. It was just, "I'm frustrated with you." Those were the words. But if I say that to her, "I'm frustrated with you," not "I'm frustrated with you." Big difference. Very big difference. I was also frustrated for the same reasons that she was frustrated, right? We were frustrated together. Very big difference. And then she got mad at me. Well, she wasn't mad at me. She's like, "What? Why are you frustrated with me? What did I do?" And I was like, no, I'm not frustrated with you. I'm frustrated along with you. It caused a little problems. We've had that thing, like that's happened to us multiple times though, with my girlfriend and I. Multiple times. I'm not very good with my tone either, like even not even just in text. My tone in real life, like you guys hear it all day. I mean, if you're here, my tone is very off. I'm bad about which words I enunciate. Sean told me this the other day, actually. A loving robot, Sean. I was actually on a Discord call with him, and he said he was listening to my stream, and he disagreed with me because of something that I said, and then my facial expressions at the same time, and just like watching me, he disagreed with what I said. I repeated it to him without a camera in a different tone, and he goes, "Oh, well, in that way, I totally agree with you." I said literally the exact same thing, but it came across two completely different ways. So he thought that I was against something that their dev team was doing when I wasn't against it at all. But my tone and my facial expressions sounded that way. It was it had to do with, by the way, just for those that don't know, it had to do with the consignment stuff coming in. So you know how they have consignments now where you can have players that you can give them an item on consignment and all that kind of stuff. Somebody in my chat, when I was talking about that, said, "Oh, is this going to mean that they're going to have like an auction house?" And I said something to the effect of, "Yeah, they could make an auction house. That could happen down the road." Right? Sean took that as me saying that the devs were planning on having an auction house. But that's not what I said. I didn't say the devs were planning to have an auction house. I said, sure, down the road they could have an auction house. It might happen. But they're not planning it. And that's why I have to be very careful with how I talk about everything, because it doesn't matter what I say. People will hear what they want to hear, no matter what it is that I say. And it's just the way it is, unfortunately. It sucks for me, because they're gonna hear it, you know. And it happened in that exact situation with Sean. Sean thought that I was saying that the devs were making an auction house, and that the consignment system was the beginning of them adding an auction house down the road. But it wasn't. It was literally, I was just saying, yeah, they might do it like in the future. Sure. Maybe. Whole thing. What's going on, Tinfoil Hat? How you doing, bud? The consignment bag is the open door for boxing, no box servers, in my opinion. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of things for boxing. I don't know how they're going to deal with that. That's going to be tough. I have a rule in my household: no serious conversations via text. That's a very good rule. I would agree. Next time you have a conversation with Sean, can you get him to get a bunch of M&M numbers? guys for testing, some QA guys as fans, not checking balance, but checking consistency and bugs. I have mentioned that to Sean I don't know how many times, and I've posted about it. I've talked about it on my streams. They don't care what I say. You know, like Sean, I can't talk about a lot of the things that we said because, like, it wasn't our conversation that we had via Discord is not for public knowledge. But one of the things that we talked about was clearly they're going to make their game. They are not making my game. They are not making your game. They are making their game. That was one of the big topics that Sean has told me directly, has said on his stream multiple times. You know, we have opinions. You know, they're not going to do something because I said that they should. They're not going to do something because you said that they should. They're not going to do something because one of the other devs said that they should. They're going to do something based on what they feel that they should do. So, yeah, like, I wish that I had more sway with Sean, because I feel like I could make this game better than it already is. I feel like it's a great game, but I feel like I could make it better. But who's to say that my ideas are better than somebody else's ideas? You know? They're not necessarily better. They're just different. I personally feel like my ideas would be better overall for the game, but isn't necessarily true. That's just, you know, that's kind of an ego talking. If you think that your ideas are better than somebody else's ideas, then you're an egotistical jerk, and you really need to evaluate your life and your choices, because they're not necessarily, you know. Behind the wall, let's see. I don't want them to make our game, fortunately. I don't want them to do what they want to do. Yeah, there's a lot of things I don't want them to do. Not true. It's because people resonate with them. People resonate with who? What's not true? I don't know what's not true. I don't understand. I just want them to add some Q&A. Yeah, that'd be nice. We influence them, but at the end of the day, they're gonna do what they want. Yeah, exactly. We might influence them a little bit and say, hey, this is what we like. This is what we don't like. This is working out. This is not working out. But ultimately, how it is they want to do something to build this game. They want to create this game the way they want to create it, and then give it to us, and then we say whether we like it or not. If we say, hey, we don't like it, then they're going to try something different. They're not going to necessarily go, okay, well, what do you want us to do? We'll implement that. That's not what they're doing. They're saying, you don't like what we did. We hear you. We're going to try something different. Okay, you like or don't like this new thing? Okay, cool. We heard that. We're going to do this other thing, whatever. That's what they're doing. So they're still making their game. They're not making the game that we want necessarily. They're making the game that they want that we are okay with, which is a completely different thing. Just like when World of Warcraft, good Blizzard made their own game. Once they made it, yeah, exactly. Well, the game didn't die. World of Warcraft is still a very popular game, but yeah, it's the same kind of thing, right? Some players were speaking very loudly what they wanted out of World of Warcraft, and the devs of Blizzard started to make it that way. And the people that are left playing World of Warcraft are the ones that wanted those changes. The people that didn't want those changes clearly moved on to other games. So, but had they gone a different route with that, what would have happened if they would have made the game more hardcore? You know, what would have happened if they made the game more group focused and less raid focused? You know, what would happen? We don't know. These are all what ifs. You literally have no idea. We can say that had they gone this other route, the game would have been better. Maybe, maybe not. We really don't know. So, like, there's a lot of things in this game that I would like them to change. But will they? I have no idea. 40% of the time, my opinion is right every time. Exactly. Exactly. If you look at the class forums, it became very apparent on why you don't listen to the entire community. Oh, absolutely. I agree with that. Like, yeah. But it's a matter of, like, what you listen to, you know? I feel like this community as a whole, the larger part of this community, are very casual players, and they're going to play this game very differently than somebody like myself, somebody like most of the people here in chat. Because most of you, I would imagine, are a lot more hardcore players than the average player of this game. You're in Twitch chat, that automatically makes you more of a hardcore gamer. Like, literally automatically would do it. So we are technically the minority in these games. But some of our ideas, even though we're in the minority, some of our ideas are better for the majority of players. And I know that's shocking to hear, but from some people that are more of the casual players will be like, no, your ideas are completely wrong and blah, 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 blah. For example, when I say balance, when I say the game needs to be balanced, the more casual player, I'm not going to say the casual player won't care if it's balanced or not balanced, right? Because they won't know if the game is balanced or not balanced. They won't realize it for a very long time, if ever, because they don't play the game enough to see the imbalance. However, over time, they will start to realize the imbalance, and that will hurt the game over time. So the hardcore players, they're going to see the problems way before the casual player. Like, months before the casual player, because they put in, like, a hardcore player is going to put in the same amount of time in a week that a casual player is going to put into in a month. They're going to put the same time in a month that a casual will for an entire year. So, like, it's going to take a lot longer for them to realize where the problems are, and that's where the difference comes from. Honestly, like, that's why when I say stuff like the game needs to be more balanced, well, you're probably playing a little bit too casually to see that there's an imbalance issue. Even though you're playing 2 to 3 hours a day, which is a pretty hardcore player, you're not there yet, you know? And it's unfortunate. I need to know. I just hit 12 with my Spellblade. I'm liking it a lot for now, but I feel like there's something missing. How are you liking it at higher levels? It doesn't change much from level 12 at the higher level. I'm 34 now. I want to say that from level 12 to 34, I'm doing basically the same thing. The only difference is I now cast Discharge, which is this ability right here. I don't know what level you get that. You might get it at level 12, the first one. And then I'm casting Flurry. That's it. That's literally the only difference that I'm doing from when I was level 12. The gameplay is the exact same. They get a few extra, like, utility things. But honestly, trying to swap around and use all of their abilities doesn't feel good. So I just don't even do it. I'm a crafter. That puts me in the most minority. It does put you down there a little bit further, yeah. You'd have 260 if you didn't do crafting? You might, yeah. I mean, crafting takes up quite a bit of time. Do we not have it up? Oh. I guess Mogwin left. Oh, no, he's here. I don't know if they don't stack or what's going on with that. But anyway, I mean, you guys get where I'm coming from with the whole thing. Like, it's just a matter of perspective. Oops. It literally is just a matter of perspective, you know? The casual player, I hate to say it, I'm not trying to be mean to them or anything, but they don't know what they don't know. right? They just don't realize that. They just don't know that something is off because they haven't had a chance to see it yet or do it or experience it. There's a reason that people go to streamers and ask them questions because they play the game more. And they probably just know more about the game than a random other person that you talk to. I need to get a haircut, man. I'm growing hair on my neck. I'm getting a back neck beard. Full neck scarf? I know, right? It's starting to poke out. It's not bad yet, but I can feel it. It's definitely back there. I used to have a barber when I lived in Georgia that I could get my hair cut and then I could go back 2 weeks later and for free he would clean up around my ears and my neck and like my neck or my beard. He would basically trim the outline of my hair, right? For free. Of course I would give him a tip, but he would do it for free. And then you go back like 2 weeks or so later and he would cut your hair again. I didn't mind getting a haircut once a month from that barber. I loved it because it was like, I think at the time I was paying like $20 for the haircut, and then I gave him, like $5 or $10 tip or something. I think I gave him like a $5 tip, $20 haircut, $5 tip. I would go back 2 weeks later. I'd give him $5 to trim up everything, and then I'd go back 2 weeks later and give him another $25 to cut it again. And it was amazing. It was like $30 a month to keep my hair looking great. Now I go to a barber and it's like $60. So I can only afford to go like every 2 months. And I don't get the free trim and stuff. It's just ridiculous. Drives me nuts, man. My barber is $20 still. He was at the wedding. Been doing it since you were 12. That's awesome. There's a barber down where my mom lives. He only charges me like $25. I think I give him like $30, tip and everything. But yeah, it's like $30 to go to that barber, and he's amazing. And he's a younger guy too. I say younger. When I think of a barber that's been doing it, you think of somebody that's like 60 years old, has been doing it their whole life, This guy is probably my age, maybe a little younger than me. He's probably like 40 years old. Only charges like $25. He actually did my hair, my beard, did everything for $25. And I was like, dude, I wish I could find a barber like that where I live. The guy's great. I love him. And the other part about it too is it's like a dude's barber shop. Like, it's your quintessential barber shop. They got sport. They have one TV, sports on that TV. They're always talking about just random stuff. It's a place for guys to go and be guys, and just I don't get a haircut. It's just, I don't know. I can't even explain it. It's great. I love going there. They're not necessarily always appropriate. They are very inappropriate sometimes, but it's like, know your place, know where you are, They're just a bunch of adult males that are in there just talking about adult male stuff. Druids don't want zero threat. That would break Wayway power level. Power leveling alone is already too broken. Hey, what's going on, Erie Henny? How you doing, bud? I do the trim of the neck beard myself with mirrors. Well, I do too. I've got my own trimmer and stuff that I have now. So I do a lot of that myself. But the one in the back, it's very hard to do yourself. I usually get my girlfriend to trim the back of my neck between cuts. But it was really nice being able to go to a barber. There's something about going to a barber shop and getting your hair cut. It makes you feel like clean, and it makes you feel confident. It's like dressing up. Dressing up and going out somewhere. It just makes you feel good. There's literally something about it. It's like a psychological thing, I guess. Kind of like, taking a shower. I feel good after taking a shower. Sometimes before a shower, I'm like, I just feel awful. I don't want to do anything. But then I get up, I take my shower, I feel better. Put on some fresh clothes. Do my hair. And, confidence shoots up, skyrockets. Always trim 3 to 6 millimeter hair. Trim the lines afterwards. $80 trimmer. I've had for 10 years. Yeah, I bought one. It's like a $100 trimmer. And it works great. I want to get a guard for it, though, for my beard. So I can just and just I have a guard for my trimmer, but it's too short for my beard. So I need to get a longer guard for it. Actually, I meant to look for that recently. I was gonna Google it. I'm gonna Googleize it. What is it called? Is it STHL? It's STIHL. Yeah, STIHL. However you pronounce that. Still. That's what I have. Is a still trimmer. There's a whole Manscaper kit. $251 for a manscaping kit. The lawnmower. Manscaped. Oh my god. Yeah, I just got to get a guard for it. We have a crazy thunderstorm with hail today. Oh no! I haven't had my hair cut in over a decade or showered. I could believe you if you didn't get your hair cut. I went probably 3 years in my early 20s where I didn't get a haircut. My hair was down to my shoulders or a little longer. I went a long time without ever getting a haircut. I remember that time the U.S. invented a trimmer with a vacuum. Oh, yeah. I remember that. And you're just psh, and then... My gosh, dude. That was nuts. I bet you they had to stop making that because of lawsuits where people were getting their hairs sucked up into it and tangling it up and all that. That's probably why they had to stop making it. That's just a guess. I'm sure you can Google why they stopped, but I bet you that had something to do with it. They still have those. Go to basic training. They might have those for military. I mean, military's just like buzz it, right? They just use like a buzz it straight off. I did that recently. Well, not recently. I did that about 2 years ago. I got a bad haircut, and I just didn't like it. I went home, and I looked at it, and I'm like, I just don't like my haircut. So I took my trimmer, my beard trimmer, put it on like a guard 4, and just went zoop, and just buzzed my entire head. You buzz it in under 2 minutes? Yeah. That's pretty much what I did when I got a bad haircut. Just literally buzzed it all off. It was kind of funny because my ex-wife saw me with that. My girlfriend clearly saw me with that. My son's therapist saw me with that. And a couple other people saw me when I just buzzed my hair, and all of them were just like, "Are you okay? Like, is everything okay?" Especially my son's therapist. That one was kind of awkward. She looked at me and she was like, "Do you need to have a session?" Like, literally, she thought I had lost my mind. I was like, "No, I just didn't like my haircut." And she goes, That's a more of a reason why you probably need to have a therapy session." Whatever. Buzzcut's easy life? It really is. Okay. Apparently the person that just rang my doorbell was not the AC repair person. It was pest control. They said yesterday, the AC repair yesterday, would be here at noon. What? Dude, seriously, there's nobody you can call. There's nothing that can be done. They can't do anything, dude. Literally, they will do nothing. They're going to be like, okay, we'll send a letter. And nothing will happen because they're too protected. Landlords are protected. Like, they have 14 days to fix it before, like, you can do anything to them. But that doesn't mean that they have to actually do anything. Like, they're way too protected. The most we could do is spend a ton of money on a lawyer. The lawyer would send them a very aggressive letter saying that we're going to sue them. Then they'll just retaliate and be like, well, these are the steps we're taking to do it, and it would just extend the whole thing out. Because they have taken steps, they just haven't resolved the issue. So there's literally nothing that can be done. It's very unfortunate because we have no power as a renter. Are they stretching it until you don't need AC for cooling anymore? I mean, we can ask, but they don't necessarily have to give it to us. And then we would have to find a new place to live and pay all that and moving and all of that. It's just, you see where the problem comes in? Like, that's the issue. What are we going to be able to do about it? Argue with them so that they're going to be like, okay, we don't want to renew your rent. Now you got to go find another place to live. Like, that's literally what happens in these situations. Yes. Well, in South Carolina, it's 14 days that they're supposed to, fix the problem of AC, because AC is not a mandatory thing that you have to have in the state of South Carolina, which is dumb since it's a southern state and it's really freaking hot, but it's not mandatory. So they have 14 days to fix it. But since they brought us to window units, that kind of extends that window out, is the problem. The window units are not sufficing to cool the entire house. They're barely even cooling 2 rooms of the house. So it's not enough, but in the eyes of the law, it's enough. And that's the problem that we're running into right now. The cost for the lawyer, then better use self-hiring a repair. Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're going to hire a lawyer and pay them $100 an hour, or I could just get the AC fixed myself and spend $500 and be done with it. It's just dumb. The whole thing is just dumb. We shouldn't have to fight this much just to have the AC fixed. Anyway, I may call them again here in a little bit. My girlfriend, I just asked her, she's been on the phone with them 3 times today already. It's just, I don't know, it's just super frustrating. And the worst part about the whole thing is this, we're renting this house, which we could have bought with half the income that it requires to rent it. Doesn't make any sense. I could have bought the house and just own it. But finding a house to buy in my area and all that kind of stuff is a whole other problem. I don't think a lot of people realize how bad it is for some of these things. They just don't get it. It's very unfortunate. But, we're making do. I'm surviving. I got a roof over my head. I got food on the table. I'm all right. I'll figure it out. Uh-oh, what happened to the group finder? The heck? Did they turn off the group finder? There's no button down here. What happened with that? Well, yeah, it's working. I can see but where's the group finder button down here? It's gone. Like if I click on looking for more, there should be another button that says looking for group right here. You have one? I don't have one. Oh, it's swapping. They moved it. The heck? That used to be 2 different buttons. I don't know what's going on. I'm confused. I'm lost. I can't do anything. There we go. Oh, whoops. $27 monk, 36 elementalist. There's not a lot of people available right now. Man, I've been getting a lot of cloth scraps today. Cotton, wool. Oh, really? I only got 28? I swear I got a lot more than that today. That's crazy. Anyway, let's see if I can find some replacements here. This is crazy that we have been at this camp doing this all day without a tank. Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know what to do. There's not a whole lot of replacement. We need to replace some people here, but anybody in their low 30s want to come over here? I mean, I could grab like a 36 Bard, but that's probably going to be too low or too high. And then the 27 Monk is kind of a little bit too low. Need to be like 29 to 32-ish. Really? No, I'll probably leave here soon too, but I can't find any replacements for either of us. I'm going to try to call these AC people and see if they're actually coming or not, because they were supposed to be here at noon today. So clearly they're not going to get here at noon. That's all right. I probably won't be on streaming a lot tomorrow. My son might come over. If we get the AC fixed today, he's supposed to come over tomorrow. But honestly, I have no idea. He wanted to come over like several days this week, but the AC being out, they wanted him to come over and deal with that. He's bored at his mom's house. He's got summer camp. He went to one already, but he didn't have summer camp this week. I think he's got another one next week or the week after that. Yeah, he's like super bored. Which irritates me. There's a whole reason for that. Like, that's literally what my role in the relationship was supposed to be, and it just frustrates me. Well, I could do that, yeah, but I mean, it costs a lot of money. I don't have the money to deal with all that. It's just the whole thing. I'm really frustrated about it. Inquisitor they could get. Oh boy, I'm just frustrated, man. Super frustrated. Getting tired of all the roots? Yes. No, the roots aren't bothering me. They're bothering the puller. Not bothering me too much. And I guess I'll probably jump off of here shortly. Was Puller there last night? Rooted all the time. Yeah, you get rooted a lot here. It's frustrating, for sure. Do you know any good places that are level 33 to 35-ish that you can snag high-quality pelts? I don't know. Let's see, 30. Not really. I mean, 38, you could do the wolves. Well, the wolves are level 38 inside of Glinting Hollow. So you could do those. I don't know what level the wolves and bears and stuff are in Scarwood. Have you tried those? Because there are wolves and bears over there. Scarwood, they're all low mid 20s, and they drop medium quality. Yeah, you can definitely get high quality ones in Glinting Hollow. But, yeah, those are level 38. Yeah, I might go to Glinting Hollow not tomorrow, but the day after. We might try that. Depends on what we do tomorrow. We could do the rats tomorrow, maybe. Five minutes. Yep. Oh, they just add fire to it? No. Fail. Yeah, if we can get like rats tomorrow and the next day. Yeah. Well, we only need to get to like 36. I guess 34 is a hell level though, so yeah, getting 36 tomorrow might be about as much as we do. But yeah, if we can do rats for like a day, that'll get our faction back up from what we did before. There's also a couple named rats we can camp over there. Might be some decent gear. And then okay, yeah, I can probably do that. Yeah, we'll figure it out. And then we'll do Glinting Hollow. Either over the weekend or next week or something. Although, yeah, that'll get me to 40. I don't know if I'm going to level much past 40. We'll see if we get a deep dive between now and then. Might start a new class. But so far, Spellblade seems better than Rogue. Yes. Right now, Spellblade is better than Rogue. In most ways. But we'll see what they do with the deep dive on Rogue. If they, you know, they might fix the poisons, make really good poisons for the Rogue. Add some damage to its backstab. You know, they could do a lot with the Rogue and make it much better. Feels like the better version of Rogue. Kind of. I mean, Rogue with its stealth capabilities and its vanish and its sap are all really, really nice. But as far as damage is concerned, it's a much better version of the Rogue. I've got at least three new items that I'm going to have for this guy. I'm going to put a new bracer on this guy for more dexterity. I've got a pair of boots for him. We've got the dagger from here that I want to add to him. So he's going to get a little bit more gear next time I play him, probably. I want to get his dexterity over 100 if I can. That's my goal right now. If I can get his dex to 100, hopefully he'll proc a good bit more. Feels like archers, you get a proc of some sort. Well, they took those procs away from archers because they don't want archers doing magical damage. I mean, they can still give them a proc like a double attack proc, which I guess technically they have. Double attack is effectively a proc. But yeah, they could do something like that. That could potentially work. I am Batman boom arrow proc. I mean, they could do something like that, yeah. Like put a stack of arrows in your quiver or something. That's what I was hoping they would do with the archer. I don't know why when they did the archer changes that they didn't make it to where you could put a ton of arrows in a quiver and put your quiver in your ammo slot. Why did they not do that? It just seems like a no-brainer to me. Alrighty. Poor Mogwin. He's like, one more, just one more. One more fight. That's how it works. That's how it works in this game. It's always one more. Oh my god. There he goes. He leveled. You don't even start adventuring till this evening? Yeah. Oh my god, are we still pulling? No, we're not. Okay. Yeah, later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call it there for now. I got to figure out this AC situation. It's driving me bonkers. Hopefully we get it fixed today. I hope, but I doubt it. I have zero faith in these companies. So I'm going to go ahead and get some calls going on that. I'll be back on here tomorrow morning, probably my normal time-ish. And we'll keep playing some more. I'm going to hopefully go do the rats tomorrow, but we'll see. And then, yeah, we'll see how the whole thing goes. Anyway, take care. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate you hanging out with me. And hopefully I see you all tomorrow. Bye.